Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us on a wild and woolly way back Wednesday, if you will. Chip and Zay holding it down right here, 2 to 4. We're getting used to our new time. I'm on time. That's a plus. Right, Zay?
Oh yeah, this is a good look for you. You being on time, a real good look.
Working on things, self-improvement, looking in the mirror. I can be better. I can do better. I'm gonna be better. But if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. Just click the like and subscribe buttons right down there. And that helps us grow. And then, tell your friends and enemies and set an alarm in your phone for 2:00 Central Time every weekday. And here we are to brighten your day, infotain as only Chip and Zay can do. So, Zay, how is your Wednesday, my man?
Not too shabby. Got the heater on full blast because it's cold down here in Central Texas. Obviously, with the Texas baseball game being canceled yesterday, you felt it coming. Right when 5:00 hit yesterday, Tuesday evening, you kind of realized, these boys ain't gonna play, and they tried to push it back to 6, and then they just realized, this ain't baseball conditions. So rolled over to today. I saw it was like in the 20s, like low 20s, felt like single digits some places here, and good God, me, I'm a tropical brother. It's going to be hard for me to ever get out of Texas. And this is why. I don't know how you did it all them years up in the D, but Lord, this ain't for the weak, this weather.
Wow.
Yeah, but glad to be doing the show inside. CB, what up?
What up?
Ready to get another terrific episode of Chip and Zay.
Yeah, man. So real quick, I delivered newspapers. That's how old I am. But when I was 12, I had a newspaper route. And there was one day where the wind was sideways. It was 8 degrees below zero, and it felt like 22 below. My eyes were watering. My nose hairs were sticking together. And I was like, I'm never doing this again. I finished that route. I was pulling my papers on a sled. And I finally finished the route. I got home and I said, I am quitting this job. And my mom goes, the immortal Judy Brown, she said, you can't quit. I was like, what are you talking about? I'm miserable. I'm frostbite. I can't feel my toes. I almost died out there. And she said, he can't find someone else. You have to keep doing this. You can quit when the weather gets better. And I'm like, what? So I stayed with it. And then as soon as it got a little bit of spring, I go to the guy and I go, I want a raise.
Look at you.
He goes, you're fired. And I was like, I should have quit on you in the middle of winter.
Hell yeah. Damn, just fired you on the spot? No negotiation, no nothing?
No, because he had just bought a moped so he could deliver the whole route himself.
Oh, yeah.
He thought he was all slick. And he was.
Oh, yeah, that was a slick move. Yeah, I would have fired you too. But like that built character for you though, right? Like the fact that you pushed through, finished the rest of the winter, like the great Judy Brown, she was like, nah, my son, he ain't no punk. Like, we got to build a man here. And right. Look at you now. Legend. Yeah, man, you deserve the double flex on him.
You know,
You know.
I tell my kids, I'm like, I was they're like, I got to get a job. I'm like, yeah, you got to get a job. I was delivering newspapers when I was 12 in the snow, in sub-zero temperatures. I'm sure you could find a better job than that.
For real.
So, yeah. But, just a little something about the cold. Now I'm a Texan because it gets cold and I'm like,
Oh,
I'm like chilled to the bone. So, yeah, I've lost all my winter skills, all my winter tolerance. And to be honest, it was cool the first time it snowed. And then it was nice for Christmas. And then it was, maybe a snow day or two. But yeah, that was that.
Yeah, that's such a awful narrative. The whole winter wonderland, winter Christmas. Like, nah, give me 75 in December any day of the week. I'll take that. Like, my wife, she's one of those. Don't you want to go to Minnesota for Christmas at least once? And I'm like, I mean, not really. But because I love her, I'm thinking about it. But that's still, we're in the midst of football season. During that time, it's just not enough pieces to the puzzle to where that makes sense for me, But
Yeah.
I for the folks who have this 4 out of the 12 months of the year, I salute them. You don't see a hint of sunlight during that time. It's just gray for 4 straight months. Nah, man, where you got to bring in all types of lights in your crib to avoid from being depressed. Hell no. That ain't it. That ain't it. Like that sounds like a horror movie to me. But folks have to do that. And hey, I salute them for it. Couldn't be me though.
Oh man. I'm just saying. Yeah, Texas baseball, that game gets canceled. It's not going to be made up because it was a Tuesday nighter, a one-off, not a series, it sucks for the Houston team because they bust all the way up here, turn around and bust all the way back. But yeah, they're not going to make that one up. So Dartmouth on Friday. If the weather's okay, man, the weather.
It's supposed to get better, right? The weekend?
I think so, but
Supposed to get a little warmer.
Saturday looks kind of nasty.
Oh, yeah,
So
Saturday.
Friday, they're saying 27 to 36 degrees. Saturday, 45% chance of rain. Temperatures between 32 and 43 degrees. They might need to call the Dartmouth fellas and say, yeah, why don't you save your travel money? Because Sunday is supposed to be rain. Well, is it?
I mean, 41 low, 59 high. That's
right,
better than Friday, Saturday.
There's supposed to be rain all up in there.
Oh, yeah.
So it could be tricky. I know people want to see their Longhorns at the Dish. Or they're trying to make it happen.
Play Friday, go doubleheader Sunday.
Okay, so Kevin Durant, you going to this game?
No, I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna watch it on TNT or HBO Max, wherever it is. I'm not gonna make it. Wish I was though, but it's all good. KD talked to the great folks of the media today, and excited to hear what he had to say. This is a cool situation. I think more NBA teams should do this, but not many NBA teams have the relationship that the Spurs have with the ATX and all the Spurs fans that are here in Central Texas. It's just an hour away. The Spurs are the only pro team in San Antonio. So growing up for me, like everyone was a Spurs fan. And you know me, I was a hater. It was kind of one of those things where it was like the Patriots, like the Chiefs. You get tired of seeing the same teams win. And now, as a grown-ass man, you appreciate what the Spurs were during the Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Ginobili era. I'll throw David Robinson in there because he got himself 2 rings, 99 and 03. But I wish I was a part of that ride. I wish because they weren't flashy. That was the thing, Chip. Like, you got to remember, I was And1 mixtape era. Like, give me a nice crossover. Give me some, Skip the Malou type stuff on the court. And Spurs, they were as fundamentally sound as any franchise, maybe ever. And hell, their best player nickname's literally the Big Fundamental. So I didn't, I'm a young kid. I wanted to be flashy and stuff. And the Spurs, it just didn't mix that way. But now, as I gotten older and you go back and watch old tape on San Antonio and the runs that they had, it's like, man, they were flashy in their own ways. Like that 2014 team that got to get revenge on the Heat, I put that as a top 5 team of all time. Like, I put that in the same category as the 86 Celtics, 87 Lakers, 96 Bulls. Like, they're in that same category for me because of the quality of basketball that they played. And it's cool that the Moody Center is that nice that San Antonio and Spurs, they want to have this relationship with the city of Austin and come back. Like, they weren't trying to do this with the Drum, Frank Irwin Center, which they might have or could have. I don't know. But now that they're doing it, and they've done it for the last few seasons, and now you got Kevin Durant coming back home playing for the Phoenix Suns, it's a really cool partnership. Like, I don't know how many other teams could do this, but it's super dope to see NBA game, a couple of NBA games here in Austin, and the fact that KD gets to be a part of it, absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Well, smart. Good scheduling. The Spurs are trying to win over Austin, get more and more Austin fans because the Austin Spurs, and the fact that it's a reasonably easy drive, a little over an hour down to watch the Spurs play, build the base. And now you're putting together a team that's fun to watch. You've got star players in Wemby and De'Aaron Fox. It's turning into a product that is fun to watch. And then, last year was the Nuggets, the defending world champions, coming in. At that time, they were the defending world champions. And just super smart to have the Suns and KD be, a part of this. 2 games that they're playing in Austin. And it's a hot ticket. It's a hot ticket. It's a good move. Feel free to throw some comments in there on the YouTube channel or on the CODA text line, Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328, and let us know what you think. KD.
Oh, it's just like
being in town. Is that the lovely Jesse?
Y'all hear me? Because I see my face.
I hear you.
I don't know if I'm on or not. I'm gonna need somebody on.
You can't hear us? You can't hear us? Uh-oh. We got to reconnect. We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay. We're going to reconnect. All right, let's get into a couple other things here. The Texas search. Zay.
Yo, my power just went out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was my Wi-Fi. Now I'm on my phone hotspot, so I should be good. But yeah, this weather. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my wife had to come in and help me a little bit. So what CB's talking about, but yeah, you and I don't live too far from each other, so yeah. On the
We
right
could
side of
be.
183.
I may be next, is what you're saying.
Yo, Rodney, chill, bro. I ain't having no Shannon Sharp moment. I ain't having that. Like, no, very professional here.
Very professional.
Very professional. But damn, I didn't think the weather was that bad.
Well, we're snapping power lines, I guess.
I guess so.
All right, so you're on your phone hotspot?
Yeah, we should be good.
All right. Yeah, I was just saying, feel free to comment on the YouTube channel or on the Coda text line. 512-222-9328 about if the Spurs playing a couple games at Moody draws your attention, makes you seize the moment to catch an NBA game right here in Austin. Does it make you more of a Spurs fan, especially now that they've got some players that you actually want to watch? So
I love their roster. Like, they did a really good job in trade deadline bringing over De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox, he's one of the more underrated players in the league. Not many people know about him because Sacramento Kings, they're another, small market team that hasn't had the most playoff success. They had that one run where they were the 3rd seed and they got a tough draw with the Golden State Warriors and ended up losing in 7 because Steph was Steph. But they got to stop playing Chris Paul all the minutes that they're playing him. Like, I get it. He's a legend, future Hall of Famer, 2nd in assists. He's great for leadership reasons. Like, he's that one vet that you want to have consistently on your roster to just pave the way and give game to guys like Stephon Castle and, Kendall Johnson, Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sohan. But Chris Paul shouldn't be playing more than 15 minutes a game. That's what De'Aaron Fox on the squad now. Like, he doesn't need to be playing more than 15 minutes a game. And Stephon Castle's the truth. Like, that dude, he's a future all-star, tons of upside, his defense, his money, crazy athleticism. If he gets a consistent jump shot, look the hell out, because dude could ball. And obviously Victor Wembanyama, he's a couple of steps away from being the face of the league. Like, he's an absolute problem too. And he just has a good attitude about him. CB always gives me credit of being one of the first ones to know this Victor Wembanyama here in America. Like, this was years ago, probably when he was like 16, 15 years old. And I just remember hearing things about, Francis has this 7'3". He was 7'3" at the time. Now he's like around 7'5". Prodigy that could be the face of the league. And then you saw him looking like Durant on the offensive end, looking like Anthony Davis on the defensive end. And even though he still put on a little more weight.
He was an early bloomer.
Yeah.
And he still had handle. Because KD, we talked about this. He was a late bloomer. He was a guard until he was 15. And then he grew 5 inches his freshman year in high school, and then grew another 2 inches to where he was, 6'10". And he was he'd been a guard pretty much his whole life. And then he sprung into being a 7-footer, but Wemby, you're saying, was like 7'3" when he was
Yeah, like
15.
15. Yeah. Yeah. And again, just the things that he could do with the basketball at that size. Like, we've never seen anything like it. Like, he was the only one really playing hard in the All-Star game. Like, that's the type of mindset he has. Like, he only has one motor, and that's to be better than you. Like, after USA beat France in the Olympics, which I watched the first episode of Court of Gold yesterday, amazing. Like, it was hard not to binge it, but wifey had to go to bed. So, I'm being respectful because we're watching it together. But that dude, I remember after the Olympics, he was devastated. He was devastated. Like, we all know France ain't supposed to be the US, but he felt in his mind like, yo, we should be beating these guys. And they were pretty damn close if it wasn't for Steph Curry's heroics. But Victor Wembanyama is the ultimate competitor. Like, he has the same, DNA that Timmy and TP, Robinson, Manu all had. And I think he's the perfect fit for San Antonio. Like, getting those overseas guys to come to SA, that means something because they're not usually bougie. They're not usually one of those guys, you're from America. San Antonio could be dull to some folks. For those guys overseas, like, they love it. They embrace it, because a lot of them are low key anyway. So I think it's a perfect fit. I think they're already showing the promise of, yo, Wemby, we're going to build around you, bro. You're not going to have these teams that you're going to have to carry yourself, kind of like what we saw with LeBron James in the early days at Cleveland. Like, everybody wants to know and hates on LeBron for leaving. The dude didn't have any freaking help for the first 7 to 8 years. When your best player is, which is one of my favorite players of all time, Boobie Gibson, yeah, I'm going to be a little restless too. That's a lot. So hell yeah, I'm going to go to Miami and see what I could do there. Bron gets a lot of hate because of that decision. I get it. You got Boobie Gibson and Gauskas and Larry Hughes and stuff. Those guys don't push the damn needle. So Victor Wembanyama here in year 2 is already seeing the Spurs taking him seriously by picking up somebody like De'Aaron Fox. And once those guys figure it out, Stephon Castle, all those guys, like, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Like, they got the right pieces and they're building towards the right things. So I think the Spurs, they could get back to what we saw in the early 2000s. And we all know their front office is as good as any that you see in the association.
Well, my biggest fear, and it's the fear of any 7-footer who's skinny, is, can his body hold up? He played 71 games as a rook, and he's played 46 this season. So he's not showing signs of breaking down. That's good, especially since he's 20? He's not even in his prime yet.
Yeah, is he even 21?
He's 21. He turned 21 on January 4th.
Okay, just turned 21. Okay.
Just. I mean, his prime is, your prime as an NBA player is 25 to 31. So, they list him at 7'3", 235.
I think he's bigger than that. Height-wise, I think they're being nice. Like, I think he's legit 7'5". But
how would you compare him to, like, Porzingis, who's 7'3"?
Just a way better guard skills. Like, Porzingis is super skilled, and go back and watch those early years of Kristaps in New York. Like, he was doing some stuff, man, some stuff that was completely out of the box, but to what your fear represents, he had a lot of injuries. And Mavs fans remember, like him and Luka, they couldn't figure it out because Porzingis was always in the cold tub. He was always on IR. He just couldn't get healthy. And Victor Wembanyama, his team, they realized that early. Like if you see his pregame routine and how he trains and stuff, it's very unorthodox because they know that guy's probably more vulnerable to certain injuries due to his size. So he does different footwork. Like he always, does crazy, foot like drills / exercises to build the strength up. Like they're doing everything they can to make sure that he has a very long Hall of Fame type career. But
like how eerie is this? So Porzingis' rookie year, he played 72 games, just like Wembanyama. His second year in New York, he played 66. His third year, he played 48. His fourth year, he played 57. His fifth year, he played 43. His sixth year, he played 34. His seventh year, he played 17 games. And then he played 65 with the Washington Wizards before going to the Celtics, where he played 57 games in 23-24. And this season he's played in 29. So the most games he ever played in an NBA season was his rookie year. That's Porzingis. And Wembanyama played 72 games as a rookie as well. So we'll see if he can hold up, because Yao Ming, the only Ralph Sampson held up pretty well as a 7'4", but he was a center. And Mark Eaton was 7'4", and he was a really big guy. Like he was thickly muscled.
Yeah.
It's these bony guys. Like I was worried about Durant because he's thin, and you got to have that muscle all through your quads and your ass to keep your knees strong. Because if you don't have those support muscles, your knees take the wear and tear, they break down. So I hope we get, and with the conditioning and the massage and the cold tubs and everything, hopefully they can keep him healthy, because he is fun to watch. Man, he gets to blocks you don't think. I mean, you look at him and you think he should get every block, but he gets blocks that you're like, whoa. Like he's at the free throw line and suddenly he's blocking shots outside the 3-point line with one step. So he's a two-way player.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be this good of a defender this early. Like he's gonna run away with Defensive Player of the Year. It couldn't be easier for someone to get Defensive Player of the Year. Like 3-point-something blocks a game, and even the ones that he doesn't block, just him contesting shots, he gives guys second thoughts on, damn, should I be going to the paint right now? And when I do go to the paint, now I gotta throw that thing high off the glass or shoot the floaters extra high just so he can't get a piece of it. And that changes everything that you're trying to do as an offensive player. So he's flat out special. He deserves all the praise that he gets. And again, he's tough as hell. Like that's also another thing that I didn't think he would have coming into the league, like his toughness, because we all know them Frenchmen.
Right.
Rudy Gobert, you'd be like, bro, you soft. And even Tony dealt with that a little bit. Pop had to get in Tony's ass all the time because he was like, yo, don't bring that weak French stuff around here, bro. You got to man up. And he challenged Tony. And TP was like, you're right. I got to get that dog in me. Now, Tony took it too far when he was, with Brett Berry's wife and stuff, like not that much dog TP, but he figured it out. He figured it out. And then Tony Parker.
Is that while he was with Ava?
Yes. Eva Longoria.
I know you've never forgiven him for that.
I'll never forgive him for that. I can't
Never.
do it.
Never.
Do y'all remember Desperate Housewives? Like, are you kidding me? Eva Longoria, like that woman, different. Still, Eva still average 18 and 11 at this point of her career. That's just that type of production. And Tony was a little over his skis. She was more of a grown woman. I think she was in her 30s or something. Tony was a young pup, 21, 22 years old. So Eva should have known NBA players, they don't got the best reputation. He's a young buck. But again, Tony's out here, light-skinned brother. He had the accent, like swooned her. He swooned her. I understand that. Like, but also, come on, Tony.
He was swooning.
Yeah, you know you wrong for doing Eva like that. Like Eva was coming to the games and stuff. So supportive. And
supportive.
You know, but for your teammate's wife, though, that's the thing. Like, it wasn't like Brent Barry was a scrub. Brent Barry, very productive as a role player. He had that weird quick release. He just kind of flick it. But Brent Barry was like 6'7", 6'8", very versatile. Very versatile. So, hair of the dog. You ain't going to do that, hair of the dog. Talking about she wasn't no angel either. Nah, Eva Longoria, angel.
I hope she wasn't. If he's out, dipping his pen in some other ink, then
that's true.
Ava needs to be, happy too, I guess. But the teammates' wives thing, that happens a lot.
That's sad.
Yeah. Golden Tate and Russell Wilson's first wife.
Oh, the white girl that was excited at draft day for Russell Wilson?
Who laughed like a horse.
Yeah, but that was a blessing in disguise, though, because now Russell with Sierra, like, now he probably looks back at that and says, Golden Tate, you did me a favor, bro. Good looking out. Because I went from homegirl, who's out here wilding, to Sierra? Yeah, we all know about Ricky and Major. I still will never forgive Major.
Oh, my God.
For that one.
You're wrong on that one.
I am not wrong on that one.
You act like Ricky was heartbroken.
He was. He had to start smoking weed just to get over it.
That you made that up.
He found the chronic.
That is your own personal theory.
Ricky has said it on multiple interviews.
That's what drove him to smoking weed?
Yes.
Major stealing his woman?
Yes. His roommate had the bong ready for him.
I had
hit.
Players on that team tell me Ricky had about 6 girls.
And?
Right. So how was he heartbroken over losing one of them?
Just because you got 6 girls don't mean the one ain't going to break your heart. She was the one.
What you mean? This ain't Utah.
She was the one. Quarterback, though. Like the one handing you the ball off every game, the leader of the team. That ain't very leadership-like.
That's amazing that you are like this dialed in.
Wrong. She wrong, man. She wrong.
I'm trying to think what year that was. 96?
Maybe 97.
98?
Yeah. Yeah, Heisman year. It was Heisman year. Or around there, right before it, 97, 98. At least. Like,
all right. Okay. All right.
It's okay, though. It's okay, Ricky.
What was this comment here from? We had a comment. Okay. You got to explain this one to me because I didn't see it. I was covering baseball.
Bruh.
Favorite?
So Bush League.
So the Joe K says his favorite clip from All-Star Skills was Wemby and CP3 cheating and getting DQ'd. What happened there?
Okay, I put no blame on Victor Wembanyama in this moment. This is all Chris Paul's doing because Chris Paul is a snake. Love him. One of the greatest point guards we've ever seen. Remember him back at Wake Forest? You remember those matchups against Texas and stuff? Chris Paul, old baby fakes and all. He was an absolute assassin. He'll do whatever it takes to win. He's going to go down as one of those guys that one of the best to never win a ring. So they did the skills competition thing where you have to do the little obstacle course thing and you're throwing the ball through the loops and you got to do the dribbling drills, all that. So Victor Wembanyama and Chris Paul, they thought it was a good idea to cheat the thing because you have a certain amount of basketballs that you have to get rid of to advance to the next drill. And the whole point is to throw the ball through the hoops and make the layup. You got to hit shots. Yeah, chest pass, bounce pass, and each one is different. So they were just getting rid of the balls at a fast rate.
They weren't even trying to put them through
the hoops. They weren't even trying to put them through the hoops. They go to the shooting spot and they just throwing the ball at the rim real fast. They ain't shooting it. They're doing none of that. They're just trying to get through it as fast as possible and get the balls off the rack as fast as possible. It was so weak. It was so weak. Were they
thinking they would get such a great time that it would, or were they just being idiots?
I think a little bit of both. And apparently Chris Paul was asking folks if you could do this, but you can't. And they got disqualified from it. It was stupid. Like it was very fitting for how whack and bogus NBA All-Star Weekend is. And just how seriously or lack thereof these guys take all of these events and stuff. Because it's a bad product. It's really bad. Like, I don't know what they could do. Like Adam Silver, he's trying, he's trying his hardest to make it even worth watching. Yeah.
We're just striving for watchable.
It's just not. These guys are worth too much. They just want to break. Like they don't want to play. They don't want to play hard for what? Like if you get hurt in that game and you're out for a significant amount of time, what does that mean? Like that's not fun. I'd rather have them lollygagging in a way and being available for the rest of the NBA season than play hard and get hurt. So I get that, but also I do want to see some high quality basketball. So I think they should have it at the end of the season like the Pro Bowl. So guys could play harder. But even then, they're not going to play hard. They're worth too much money. They're just there to mess around. And, yeah, Victor Wembanyama and Chris Paul, they were wilding. They were wilding, that's for sure. And they should be ashamed of themselves for what they did in that skills competition. Which again, it was all Chris Paul's doing. Like, what's Victor Wembanyama going to say to a 40-year-old Chris Paul when Chris Paul's like, yo, we need to do it like this? Like, Victor Wembanyama's going to be like, all right, like, you're the vet. Like, you're the legend. I'm just trying to make my name in this league. So I'm going to go off your league, off your lead, CP3. And sad. Very sad.
It'll be interesting. I mean, it's supposed to be the All-Star break. They just need to call it the break. Just get rid of the All-Star.
Yeah.
Have like a comedy show or something where, you know what I mean? I don't know. But if it's supposed to be a break, then let everybody just go chill.
Yeah.
For a couple days.
Like LeBron doesn't even go to the events anymore. You know how they have those practices on Saturday before the game on Sunday? LeBron just shows up on Sunday, which he's been through 20 of them. So I know he's probably exhausted from it, but.
Well, think of all the different ways they've tried to spice it up. Like he and Kobe picked teams, and there's no Eastern, Western, anything about it. It used to be East versus West. Then they were having, LeBron and whoever picked teams. None of it works because none of them want to play defense and really grind.
No.
So we should just take it for what it is, a lob dunk contest. And if guys want to play hard and try to win the MVP award, great. Look at that guy out there playing hard, trying to get himself a NBA All-Star Game MVP trophy.
Yeah.
The rest of the guys can take half court shots.
They used to play so hard, man. Like when Jordan and Pippen and Barkley and all those guys in the 90s, they used to play so hard. Even in the early 2000s with Iverson and Kobe and Timmy D and Shaq, like guys used to care about it. Now it's just this generation, which you know what people say.
Now we're in the era of, what do they call it? Sitting out games. What do they call that?
Load management.
Load management. We are in the era of load management. I've got to manage my load. My load is too heavy. So I'm going to offload. And I need rest.
Yeah.
Don't bother me with an all-star invitation. I need rest.
I know. As I'm saying, like I see Joe K saying the association needs to go to 72 games, best of 5 for the first 2 rounds. Like, damn, what happened to the game I love? Like Magic and Bird were playing 82. Now they did have best of 5 with the first round back in the day. And now the first round, you got to win 4 out of the 7. But I don't know. It's just, there's a big reason why viewership has been down lately. And I get it. I understand it. Like, the game is very different. And some things are cool and I can appreciate. And some things I'm like, maybe y'all should fix this a little bit.
How long do you give the Adelsons before they fire Nico Harrison?
I mean, I feel like they were a part of it. Nico wasn't just doing this on his own. Like Adelsons, they were a part of it.
Yeah, but they gotta blame someone. You gotta have a fall guy.
Well, yeah.
And I guarantee you Nico Harrison ends up back with the Lakers.
I mean, that would be sketchy.
Oh my God.
If that were to happen, that'd be real sketchy. But again, Luka's camp, they weren't seeing eye to eye with the Mavericks in the front office and how Luka goes about things. Like one of the more telling moments during Luka's tenure was Mavs winning the Western Conference Finals, Luka trying to enjoy a beer, and former player, now front office guy, Michael Finley, taking the beer away from him. Like that went viral. And that was a weird moment. And like, then it didn't really mean much because it's just like, Mike Finley, he's just being funny. But now that you think about it, you're like, damn, they really try to control Luka and what he does. And they really care about how he goes about operating his body and being prepared and taking care of himself and being in shape. Because it was just a measly old Miller Lite, Coors Light, and wasn't nothing crazy. But again, it was, now that you think about it and you see that moment, you're like, damn, that's weird. It's really weird. And Luka, again, he's a little doughy, but.
So this is the the murmur, the rumor, that the Adelsons, who are all about casino gambling, want to tank the Mavs and move them to Vegas. That is the weirdest. How can you tank your investment? I mean, are you that loaded that you can spend $1 billion on a team, tank it, and I mean, how do the other owners look at that? It takes the other owners to approve one team moving. Like, you can't just come in and ruin the product and then say, give me what I want.
Right.
If we're going to reward that, we're screwed. I mean,
yeah, that's a real bad way to go about it. But also, you just never know. Like these billionaires, they have a mind of their own. And I can't see the Mavs not being in Dallas. Like that's really weird. And I always thought that they would just expand the NBA and bring a team to Vegas and then bring the Seattle Supersonics back and then put two current Western Conference teams in the East, like the ones that are more East than any team, like the Grizzlies or the Pelicans, like which the Pelicans were in the East. Well, not the Pelicans, but when New Orleans was the Hornets for that little stint, that was an Eastern Conference team for a little bit. Before
See, but the ratings,
Charlotte Hornets took it back.
The ratings don't justify expansion.
No.
So, if anything, I'm not going to say contraction, but it doesn't justify expansion. So, I don't know. I don't know the Adelsons at all, but what a way to take over majority ownership.
Yeah.
Hi.
Mark Cuban wouldn't have done that.
No.
I know that. Like, once he gave it up, which is crazy because you know how much Mark Cuban loves the Mavs. Like, it's interesting that he gave up all of that power. But, hey, the Adelson saying, we putting our foot down. We trying to make things happen. Gambling here in Texas. Call our bluff if you want to.
Well, Cuban's got to be up to something. I mean, he does a pretty good job of reading the tea leaves from a business standpoint. He's either ready to slow it down a little bit, enjoy life, whatever, or he's got some other big investment he's about to make and he needed cash. But yeah, I've never seen I was just up there and that whole city is despondent. I mean, the whole sports community, I should say. And Dallas fans are front runners. They loved being able to say, we got Luka. And they went to the finals last year. Like they were amped and ready to keep this party going. And then all of a sudden, the cops show up. The SWAT team shows up at the party and is like, get the F out of here. We're about to tear gas this place.
SWAT, DEA, all them dudes.
Dallas fans were like, wait, what? What happened? We were just partying, having a good time. Luka.
Yeah, the finals wasn't that bad. Like the Celtics are really good. To completely dismantle everything. You're in the finals. You're right there. The finals.
You beat the T-Wolves. The other up and coming team. What's your read on Ant Edwards and the T-Wolves?
I mean, they made a weird move by getting rid of Karl Anthony Towns, who's having a breakout season with the Knicks. He's an all-star with the Knicks, while Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, Knicks won that trade, especially at this point. So that was a weird move for them because, again, they were right there also. It's just bad matchup with Luka and Dallas in that Western Conference Finals. And Ant Edwards, man, that guy, I love that dude. He couldn't be more authentic. Like, he ghetto as hell. He's Atlanta to the fullest. Because if you go watch that Court for Gold documentary on Netflix where they're at the Olympics, like, he talked to Barack Obama like he's one of his partners on the block down there in Atlanta somewhere. Like, he does not change for anybody. Like, you talking to a former president, you got to button up the tie a little bit and you try to articulate as much as possible. Man, Ant Edwards could care less. He could care less who you are. He's going to be himself no matter what, which I admired that. But, yeah, that guy, he's the face of that franchise for sure. And I'm sure he's probably thinking, yeah, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle, come on, guys. Y'all didn't have to make this move. Like Rudy Gobert's the problem. It's not Karl Anthony Towns.
Right.
Rudy Gobert's the problem. Like that guy's the most overrated 3-time, 4-time. I don't know how many times he's won Defensive Player of the Year. There is, excuse me. Like that guy, he couldn't be more of an overrated player and liability, especially when you get to the playoffs. Like that's what the Mavs kept doing. They kept forcing Rudy to go in pick and roll situations, Kyrie and Luka, and they just kept eating them alive. And the fact that Minnesota didn't see like, oh, Rudy's the problem, not Karl Anthony Towns. Let's try to get rid of Rudy and keep Cat. Instead, they switch it. And now Minnesota Timberwolves, I don't know what the standing is for them, but it's not what it was last year.
You think the Knicks can win it all?
No. They're going to be a tough out, but
why not?
I don't think so.
What you mean?
I don't see them winning it. I don't see them beating the Cavs. I don't see them beating the Celtics. Again, they're going to be a tough out. They play really hard, but you know Tom Thibodeau and his teams, those dudes, once May and April come around, they're probably running wind sprints right now because he thinks those dudes aren't in shape from the All-Star break. Tom Thibodeau is a nut job. He's an absolute nut job. He's a good coach, like X's and O's, motivating this team, but in the load management era, he could care less about that. Like, he drove those Bulls teams to the ground. He drove those Minnesota teams to the ground. Any team that he's a part of, they just get worn down when the season comes to the end because he plays his guys, his top players, like 40-something minutes a game. That's not good. Like, that's just not – you got to be able to manage that a little bit. He's never been able to figure that out. That's always been his Achilles heel. So I don't think this Knicks team is going to be any different. Like Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, all those Villanova guys, Jalen Brunson, solid players, really good players, which you came from that Jay Wright, coaching style. You're gonna know the game. That's for sure. But Tom Thibodeau, you gotta rest guys every once in a while. And I'm not for load management, but also we don't need to be running horses in practice, bruh. When we got a freaking 3 games in a 4-day span, we out here running lines and stuff. That's not. And I'm being a little crazy here. Like, I don't think Tom Thibodeau does it, but he does something like that. He has guys scrimmaging and playing way too hard in practice where it don't mean nothing, instead of resting guys and make sure those guys come back and their bodies are ready to go for the grueling 82-game season.
Well, the Texas football running backs coaching search continues. I'm told Sark's looking at a couple NFL guys.
Okay.
So, Sark being very thorough. I told you yesterday, there are so many established running backs coaches in college trying to get the job. You'd be surprised. But Sark, like he did with Chris Jackson, is taking a serious look at an NFL coach or two who might be able to bring that kind of, hey, you want to play in the NFL? I've coached in the NFL kind of swag to the position. So, Sark is being thorough, as you'd expect. And so, I bet he makes another really good hire. So it'll be interesting. Speaking of the NFL.
Yeah.
Or go ahead.
I mean, he should. Like, he should take his time. I mean, he can't take too much time just because, the college football life moves very fast, and you want to make sure all your recruits and current players are feeling good about the direction that it's going, but also you got to make the right hire. And you talk about NFL guys like Joel Thomas, who is on the older side, which is messed up because 50 ain't old, but we've talked about a Chip. Like, you just hire Mark Orphy, still in his 30s. You got Kenny Baker, still in his 30s. All these young guns that are still rising when it comes to experience and just their reputation as a coach in this business, that hunger that you have to have as a recruiter, even though you're trying to get somebody from the NFL, do you have that hunger to get out on these streets and to convince these families and parents and whatnot that your son could come in here and fit and we're going to take care of him? Like, that's the negative that you have with an NFL coach. Like, how far, when it comes to recruiting, like, how easy is it for them coming back to college or coming to college in general? Maybe some don't even have college experience. Like, you just never know. But what's that mean for some of these NFL guys? Like, that's why because Chris Jackson, he came in running. Like, what he's done, I don't think it's talked about enough. Like, he's done a hell of a job in the few years that he's been here at Texas. So bringing in the running back position, which, again, Tashard Choice, them big shoes to fill. Them like Goof Troop shoes when it comes to fill. Like, Tashard Choice is a hell of a dude. And just how they speak on him, Bijan, Roshan, Jonathan Brooks, like, I don't think we've ever heard a negative thing about Tashard Choice. So to bring in somebody that could just fit from jump, yeah, sorry, you got to do your due diligence, bruh. Like, it's tough to do. And finding the right guy, even though the clock is ticking, I'm okay with Sark taking this time.
Well, remember, like, Saban would get guys you'd be surprised about, right? Like Brian Daboll and Bill O'Brien, even, who I never was a fan of. But, I think Sark wants to have that same kind of cachet at Texas. He should. You get what you demand. You don't get what you earn. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you demand. And if Sark makes that out to be, you're coming to a place where you're working with the best players, where you're going to have a chance to win a championship every year, you're living in Austin, he should be able to attract guys that you'd be like, oh,
Yeah.
And that's kind of the double-edged sword of college athletics right now, especially college football, being an assistant coach. Like, Tashard Choice is starting a family. He's got a young daughter. You want to be present, and yet you want to be in the mix. You want to be where all the action's happening. And that's
what's your issue with Bill O'Brien? Why he deserve that stray? What Bill do? Bill ain't do nothing.
the Houston Texans.
Yo, you're going against Patrick Mahomes. So what? What were they up? 24 points? It's Patrick Mahomes. It's Andy Reid. They can come back on anyone.
He was an a-hole to everyone. He thought he had all the answers. He was trying to get, who was that priest? Chaplain. He was trying to, like, he and that guy were trying to run the whole show. I was worried about the McNair family at that point. Now I think they're in good hands, but they were getting manipulated all over the place. I mean, You're just messing, but Texans fans do not have any fond memories, right? Of the
Yeah.
O'Brien era. I mean, he won a couple of divisions, but that division's been so bad for so long.
Hey,
Colts.
Bill had Deshaun balling. Deshaun was balling.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Bill O'Brien. I mean, look where Deshaun is now.
Well, that was before Tony Busby rounded up all them massage therapists. Now,
okay.
and now seriously,
You're right.
And then now that's happening to our man Jay Tuck.
Our man. Yo,
7
there's more. I feel like more came out.
7 more.
7 more?
So he's got 16 now.
Oh, Jay Tuck.
Apparently he was at full attention all the time during these massages. And
oh, God.
I don't know. Allegedly, I don't know nothing. That's all the Baltimore Banner reporting, but they're not slowing down. Yeah. CB's our man. He's the best volunteer radio producer in the history of radio. And CB says the Tucker situation is getting uglier by the day. Ay.
How bad he was this year, I knew something was going on. I didn't think it was this.
They're trying to drive my man out of the game.
Yeah. I mean,
and
why do they get so many, though? Why can't they just have one? That's my thing. Like, why can't you just have one reliable massage therapist? Like, why is it always like so many?
Right.
That's my confusion. But
did you ever see that show, The Client List, with Jennifer Love Hewitt, where she's a massage therapist who'll do some extra?
Love me some Jennifer Love Hewitt, though. I haven't seen that.
Like, you got to make sure if you're going to get some extra that everybody's on board with how that's going to go. But here's the thing. Deshaun is a quarterback. He makes tons of money. Tucker's a kicker. That's the lowest paid position in football. Now, he's really good and has made good money, but it ain't $200 million contract good money. So he can't pay for everybody to go away like Deshaun did. This thing could go to trial. Now we're talking about Jay Tuck, the man who kicked A&M right between the uprights. And apparently Jay Tuck was always upright during these.
See, that stray was unnecessary. Come on.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Well, I agree, allegedly, but that's what the allegations say.
No, man. This one hurts. It still hurts.
Right. Right.
My man Texas on the Coda text line said different strokes, eh? Don't give me that, dog. Don't give me that. We gotta ride with my man JT until they got him behind bars. I ain't having it. We gotta beat this.
Yeah, we need you to beat this, Jay Tuck.
We gotta beat this. It's a bad look. It's a bad look for the university. It's a bad look for us Austin Knights.
Right. Texas was laying claim to kicker U.
Yeah.
Phil Dawson, Jay Tuck. Now we got Cameron Dicker. Dicker the kicker. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah.
And now it's Jay Tuck, a.k.a. Deshaun Watson. I mean,
a.k.a. Not that type of beat this.
Is this the
not that. Just saying, like, JT, come on, man. They just want to see a good person down. That's all. He's a good guy. Good Christian man. His wife left him. Like, come
Over
on.
this?
I don't know what it was over, but this probably didn't help nobody.
Yeah.
Like, damn. But your team, they don't really have no one wilding out. I mean, Earl Thomas had his thing with his brother, but Earl Thomas' wife, she tried to do him dirty. That was the issue. His wife.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they both should have walked away a long time ago because they were both doing their own thing. Then they'd get mad at each other for doing their own thing, and it'd be like, just end it, for God's sake. Everybody just go to their separate corners and start over. Don't stick around each other when you know it's all going sideways. Otherwise,
it's undefeated, though.
It's
undefeated.
Man, oh man. Oh no.
All right, so I gotta ask you this, man.
Antonio Brown called him Justin Tugger.
Antonio Brown got issues. That dude.
You know it's bad. You know it's bad when Antonio Brown is making up nicknames for you.
Antonio Brown is the most unhinged person in the world.
Unhinged.
Unhinged. That dude, talk about issues. Somebody need to check him out. Like, and when you own CTE, like, you're not supposed to own it. Like, you're supposed to get help for it. Like, Antonio Brown owns it and is proud of it. Like, that's a problem. And yeah, Chris Beard, clearly that was an issue. But now Ole Miss is dealing with that crap, which, whatever. But all right, let me ask you this, man. College football playoff expansion, getting a lot of talks right now. SEC, Big Ten, they're just bullies, man. They're just bullies. Like, we know 2025, it's still going to be the 12 team, but what we're hearing right now, I think they have the meeting today talking about it, and just the SEC and the Big Ten are just like, yo, we're going to try to go to 14 to 16 teams, get these automatic bids in here, and there ain't a damn thing the rest of college football could do about it because we run the show out here.
Right, because they could just say, if you don't like it, then it'll just be the Big Ten in the SEC. Now, that at some point we got to talk about that because the NFL's 32 teams. Is that what college football should be? Because there's only about 40 to 45 college athletic programs that turn a profit. The other 290 are operating at break even or a loss. And that you got to be able to pay to play, especially right now. The transfer portal is twice what it cost a year ago. You're paying twice what you paid a year ago. Like, it is good to be in demand in the transfer portal right now. Some of these kids are making more money in the transfer portal than they'll make in their entire career, or than their parents have made. I mean, the money is there. And now we're going to rev share, and some schools have collective money on top of that, like Texas. So I was talking to someone else about this, and college football's always been messed up if you think about it. Sports writers used to name the national champion. Guys doing computers in their mom's basement used to come up with the formulas during the BCS era. Now we have everything that SMU got the death penalty for is totally legal. SMU invented NIL. I need to sell those t-shirts.
Yeah. As a former alum, you can make some serious coin off those T-shirts, but continue.
But it's really unsustainable. The problem is we need leadership, and until we get rid of conference commissioners, the conference commissioner leadership or lack of leadership is what killed the Pac-12. If you had a college football commissioner who was looking out for the entirety of the sport, that's the problem with college football. College football has always looked out for the conferences. The conferences have looked out for themselves. So you had the SEC over here. You had the Big 12. You had the Pac-12. And every year they're trying to get schools to leave and join another conference. Well, that's bad for the entirety of college football. Because right now we got USC and UCLA in the Big Ten. There's no geographic sense in that conference. Is it good for TV? Oh, yeah. Terrible for the student athletes. And I mean, I get it. They're making NIL money. But in terms of just day-to-day prep and travel and trying to be a student and travel, it's bonkers. I think the Big Ten looked at it, and the teams that had to travel 3 time zones to play had a losing record.
Yeah.
In the Big Ten last year. So it's, how do we put geographic sense back into it? Well, we have to have leadership that looks out for the entirety, not just for the SEC, not just for the Big Ten, not just for the ACC, the Big 12. And television is running college football, which in some ways it always has. But if you had strong leadership, you could say, hold on a minute. We're going to redo all these TV deals when they expire, and we're going to sell off the rights in pieces. We're going to sell off Thursday Night Football to someone. We're going to sell the College Red Zone channel to someone. We're going to sell, if they're going to play football on Friday night, which sucks for high schools, but we're seeing it more and more. Okay, Friday night, we're selling that. Saturday, 2:30, we're selling. You know what I mean? So then you're dictating to the TV, to television. It's not, because right now you have the ESPN conference and the Fox conference, and they're running it. They're the ones making all the decisions. And if college football is ever going to get back control, if they don't want to play conference championship games, which I've been saying since 2010, get rid of the conference championship games, get rid of one of those meaningless non-conference games and put it back at 11 regular season games, play 9 conference games, play 2 non-conference games. Don't play a conference championship and get into a 16-team playoff, because that's where it's going to end up. So take some of it off the table. They don't even like these conference championship games. They're talking about having the third and fourth place teams play, or whoever needs a game to get into the playoff, or have your 2 bubble teams play. What is that? That's
interesting.
Kind of interesting, but it's they don't want the number 1 and 2 teams in the league to beat each other up and then go play in the playoff.
Oh, Oregon got screwed.
Right.
I'm Dan Lanning, damn, should we have lost to Penn State in this Big Ten championship game? Because our first game in the CFP was the national champ, and they rolled us. So, yeah, it's bucked up, man. And the SEC and the Big Ten, they being mad petty, which I get it. Like, they're the two best leagues, automatic bids. That's what they want for their respective schools, whether it's 4, whether it's 5, I don't know. But you look at Texas, who saw this coming and said, we got to get out of the Big 12 before we get stuck in all this bullcorn that we're going to see in the future. Because
for sure,
Big 12, ACC, they're down bad right now. Like, I saw the other night in basketball, like, Stanford was playing Duke. And I was like, for a conference game? That's nuts. That's insane. To travel all the way from Palo Alto to Durham, North Carolina for one game, especially with the curriculum that Stanford has to offer. Like, that's a tough-ass school. Like, that's a lot on those student athletes, as I do it in air quotes.
You're having to take tutors on the plane. Okay, we're going to have study hall on the plane because we have lots of time to get all of our work done.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, there's some pros in my opinion, and there's some cons. Like, I do think that the SEC, they should have had more teams in, like, at one point. Like, there's some schools that just, you look at the schools in Big 12 and that group of 5 schools and stuff like that. Like Boise State, you had Asha and Genty. It was a cute story, but that game wasn't very fun to watch against Penn State. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get that and trying to change that, but also I like those guys getting opportunities to play for something, those smaller schools to, work for something to play for. Like, that's cool. That's a cool thing to do, because not everybody's an SEC player. Not everybody's a Big Ten player. That's what we love about March Madness. Seeing those Cinderella stories pull through and beat the big time schools. Like, that's what makes college sports fun. But everybody in their minds,
if you cut them out, you've got antitrust issues. So you can't exclude. You have to have a pathway for them to get in so that they're not cut out of the money, because they'll sue and say, wait a minute, we had access to, Georgia Tech won a national championship in 1990, or a share of it. You can't just exclude pathways. So that's why they guaranteed a spot for the group of 5. And that's great. And that avoids antitrust. The question is, why are you playing 3 meaningless non-conference games? The fans don't want it. The fans don't go. Like Texas, Sam Houston State.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Now, Texas has rarely stooped to, playing Citadel or whoever some of these tomato cans are that the SEC teams put in right before rivalry week. But no one wants those games. But it's all about the money. It's all about the money. So that's the hardest part. It's hard to take games away, because the reason that the Big 12 went to a conference championship game was because the networks were saying, we'll pay you more. Okay. Well, Iowa State really needs that money. So Iowa State's like, yep, let's get that conference championship game. Coaches didn't want it. Coaches are like, this is a bad thing for the champion, for the first place team. We've got to play again and potentially put a loss on our resume right as we're trying to get into the playoff.
Oh, so you could argue that the SEC championship hurt Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Ohio State. They got time to rest, chill. Chip Kelly, redid the playbook a little bit. Him and Ryan Day, obviously, while Texas is out here playing Georgia again, having guys get more and more banged up. Got Cam Williams hurt, got Kelvin Banks hurt, and then they're playing an extra game once Ohio State comes around. The conference championship, I think that's completely irrelevant at this point, especially with what we saw teams like Texas and what we saw someone like Oregon. And with it being all money and stuff, I get that, but it doesn't help these universities any when it comes to their program and the teams.
Well, and if you have 3 teams tied at the end, three-way champions, co-champions. I mean, but again, what's the pathway to the most money? And right now, every school needs more money, more than ever, because they got to share revenue with student athletes for the first time ever. And it's just crazy to me that the same judge who's overseeing this House versus NCAA case, Claudia Wilkin, who presided over the O'Bannon case, said 15 years ago, give each student athlete $5,000 a year for their name, image, and likeness. That's $2.5 million a year. They could have settled it right then and there. She told them in her findings, pay them $5,000 each. Softball, football. It was more than they were getting. And everyone was like, no, don't do that, because then that'll just open the door for more. We're going to have to pay them more. Well, guess what? Then the state legislatures got involved. They took control of it from you. They started making the rules. Different states started passing different laws to make it more advantageous for their teams in their state. Now Texas has a law that says you can't tell us what to do. We are ungovernable. You can't tell us what to do, NCAA. You can't tell us what to do, SEC. That's the state law.
Yeah.
That's how big a business this is. And everybody passed it. Oh yeah, pass. We got to have good football. Pass. Meanwhile, it just created more out of control, more unsustainable spending, and there's donor fatigue. But man, those collectives and everybody at the top of those things are like, we're close. You got another million? Mm-hmm. All these millionaires' wives are like, what are you doing? You are burning our fortune over a football team. And
Dave Portnoy is over here like, yo, as long as I'm alive, Michigan will always have an elite quarterback. I'll be damned if we go through what we went through this past season for Big Blue. I ain't having it. Yeah, there's some nut job billionaires out there that could care less about what wifey thinks. Well, if I could brag to my friends that we're winning championships every year because I got to make it rain a little bit, I'm going to do that. And the ones that aren't doing that, they're going to get left behind. Like Ohio State, they had the biggest budget in all of college football this past season. Who won the national championship?
You know what's wild? Texas spent about the same on its roster. $20 million. So who should be the college football commissioner? I mean, Saban doesn't want it. Everyone wants Saban to do it, but Saban's like, dude, I just left all the headaches. I'm having fun with my man, Pat McAfee. We're getting drunk in Ireland, doing game day stuff. I mean,
him and Miss Sally probably walking around the crib butt naked, living good, feeding her grapes.
I mean, at one point, I thought it should have been someone like Mark Cuban or even Reed Ryan, because Reed Ryan, who was, BAM Technology, the streaming giant, was working with Major League Baseball before they were working with anyone else. And streaming ultimately is where we're all going to end up. And he was so aware of all that I thought he would be good. But it is so big and unwieldy. And it's not like owners. You're not dealing with owners who know what their television revenue is going to be, what their salary cap is. And the salary cap's going up, what, another 22 million for the NFL this year?
Yeah, you see that?
We're 100 million over where it was when I was covering the NFL.
That might help
100 million more per year.
I mean,
that doesn't tell you where and I've always said, careful, because at some point that bubble's going to burst and it'll be rough. But it probably is what, I don't want to say it's what's needed, but you've got to bring some common sense back into this thing, because we just passed a bunch of laws to allow schools to spend whatever the hell they want in getting players. And now those schools are like, oh crap. If Oregon's going to spend this, then we're going to have to spend that. And everyone's like, how long's Oregon? As long as Phil Knight's breathing, he's a billionaire, so he can peel this stuff off.
Oh, I don't think a lot of his will is going to the kids either. They might get a little bit, but a lot of that's going to the University of Oregon. For real.
The University of Phil.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you're going to see more tacky ass uniforms and stuff. Everybody likes Oregon uniforms. They're tacky to me. Them colors, I don't like.
You've seen the movie. You've seen the movie Air.
I've seen it. Yes.
Your boy, you couldn't get over
best worst movie ever. Air.
Best worst movie ever says.
Best worst movie ever.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, again,
forget that Matt Damon's playing Sonny Vaccaro.
You can't do that.
Okay, but the historical, storytelling of that
great story
leads you. Sonny Vaccaro nailed it. He's like, forget trying to sign all these different guys to shoe deals. We got to go get the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they did. And now Nike's an empire, because everybody's got to have this year's Jordans.
Yeah.
And honestly, Phil Knight's kind of driving it.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to know the truth. And they're, Jimmy Haslam, Tennessee, has put in a big chunk of money. And Texas has, some new blood in the donor game. It's not the guys it used to be. And so we're in some interesting times, and everyone wants to know what's it going to take? Well, it's going to take a salary cap. And then how are you going to police it? Then you're going to have to make all the contracts public. Or at least have a clearing house of all the contracts so that someone can keep track of. And then, but there's always going to be money under the tables, eh? There's always going to be money.
Get that, now we got that, McDonald's bag out. Put it in that McDonald's Burger King bag. And here you go, young man. Just a couple of cheeseburgers.
Coming through the drive-thru. Just make sure you're putting that bag in the right car.
For real. Yeah,
back
to Air, man. Why don't we just have John Hamm and Michael B. Jordan play Chip and Zay in the Texas Sports Unfiltered biopic? Might as well. Aird's doing that. My freaking Matt Damon, Sonny Vaccaro.
Okay, don't get hung up on that.
I'm gonna get hung up on it. Got Glenn Powell and Denzel playing Bucky and BK.
Yeah.
Might as well. Might as well. Shit.
Yeah, I know this week in New Orleans is a big deal.
That's where it's at. That's where the meetings are.
Yep. It's a big deal because we have to think seriously about the fact that the top of college football could very well end up being the ESPN conference and the Fox conference.
Wow.
And then is Netflix getting in? Is Amazon getting in? And if they are, then wouldn't it make more sense to sell off the rights in pieces like the NFL does? The NFL model is the model. Collective bargaining. That's where the most money is. Up to this point, college football has been, it would be like the AFC West negotiating its rights, and then the NFC East negotiating its rights and saying, haha, we got more. And then the AFC North negotiating its rights. It's totally screwed up. But that's how, in 1984, when Georgia and Oklahoma sued to control their own television revenue, that's what we ended up with. We ended up with conferences negotiating TV rights instead of individual schools. Now, with the exception of Notre Dame and the independents, but Notre Dame being the foremost independent. And so that model is what we have, and it's totally dysfunctional. Because if you're looking out for the greater good of the sport, then you all have to work together, and we missed that window. Because now the SEC and the Big Ten make so much more than the others. Why would they want to drag along the schools that don't bring in? And I get that Rutgers is in the Big Ten and some of the Vanderbilt is in the SEC, and they command very little television attention. I mean, if we're being serious, there should be some relegation. There should be teams moving up and moving down from year to year.
Yeah.
But that would take really, really brilliant leadership.
Yeah, I don't know who you would want.
Anyone wants to tangle with this right now because it's like trying to tackle a tornado. It's a moving target. Because
if you're Florida State or Arizona, what are you thinking at this moment? Because Florida State, they tried really hard to be like, yo, we got to get the hell out of here because we're going to be getting the short end of the stick if we stick around the ACC too long. And here they are, like just too little too late. They couldn't make the moves that Texas and Oklahoma made, or, even USC and UCLA, like getting out of the Pac-12, even though it doesn't make sense when it comes to the map, but they jumping in the Big Ten. They're okay right now.
Financially, they are A-okay.
Yeah.
They're in the halves. In the Pac-12, the whole gamble by Larry Scott to try to pull in Texas and 5 teams from the Big 12, if he could have pulled that off, that would have made the Pac-16 the place to be, and the Big 12 would be toast. You'd have, Kansas maybe getting picked up by the Big 10 at that point. but it would have changed everything. Instead, Texas said no. Oklahoma still tried to go to the Pac-12 even without Texas the next year, and the Pac-12 said no. Because at that point, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State were a package deal. And look at the Pac-12 now. If they would have pulled Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, they probably
still be around.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. So it's crazy.
Like, I mean, I do want 9 conference games in the SEC. I'd rather have that.
And it's coming because that's where the most money is. And Texas and Oklahoma need it because they have their neutral site game that counts as a home game for each school every other year. Like this year, I think it's a home game for Texas. And that's why Texas is playing 4 games away from home the entire month of October, because that's technically a home game this year for Texas, even though it's in Dallas. So, Chris Del Conte has been very upfront in saying we need that 9th conference game so that we always have a full, an attractive slate of home games. Otherwise, we've got 5 home games in our stadium one year and 4 the next.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to get to 9, and I think it'll probably be starting in 2026. The question is, do you get rid of one of those non-conference games? Do you get rid of the conference championship games so that when you go to a 16-team playoff, you're not, remember, you're going to 105 scholarships if the House settlement settles the way we think in April. You're not going to have 85 scholarships and then 35 walk-ons. You're going to have 105 scholarship players. That's it. And that scares coaches to death because if they have injuries, it's going to be hard to practice.
Mm-hmm.
So
you'll see a lot of missed tackles. You can't practice.
Well, there you go. You're pouring more money in to get players. You're still having to upgrade your facilities. You got 105 scholarships you've got to provide for. You used to only have to provide for 85. And you could have walk-ons, preferred walk-ons, whatever. And you might be diluting your product because you don't have enough players to practice while giving your injured players or your players who need a blow a few days off from practice. So again, what are we going to be doing? Are we going to be smuggling walk-ons?
What do you mean smuggling walk-ons?
Like, hey, you're going to be a walk-on. We just can't tell anyone. I mean, the House case is, from the way that it's, the way that it appears that it's going to play out, is that you're only allowed 105 scholarship football players. That's it. You can't have walk-ons. Like, really? What are we doing? But it's all Title IX. It's, that's the other thing, is that it's so different from the NFL because of Title IX. There is no female equivalency to football.
Yeah.
And they tried to exempt it in 1972 and
couldn't do it. Yeah.
So, all right, let's get a couple mentions in here.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so fascinated by college football, and I wish there was a clear answer. I wish there was a clear leader or leaders.
Yeah. Nobody wants that stress, man.
No, it's a lot. And these commissioners, Don't get me started. All right. Hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. In Austin, Texas, there is one leader when it comes to all things audio and visual. It is AV, audiovisual consultations. And our man, Tom McKay, he's been doing it for 30 plus years. He wants you to have fun. He wants you to have the media room of your dreams, the big screen of your dreams. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, electronic shade surveillance, new lighting. All you got to do is call 255-8678. 255-8678. And Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town or punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. It makes everything so simple, as my dog is hacking, snoring in the background. And speaking of snoring, the Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technological, advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Snoring isn't a funny thing. It can be a sign that you're really struggling to breathe while you're sleeping. And their focus is to educate you on what's going on with your body and provide all the possible treatment options related to your specific issue. So if you're snoring, if you're having trouble sleeping, maybe both, reach out to our friends at Sleep Cycle Center because they can eliminate everything from snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer need to sleep in a separate bedroom or wake up feeling tired every day. Right now, if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you reach out to the Sleep Cycle Center, you'll receive $100 off a sleep study or a weight loss program. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They're in network for most medical insurances. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com for more information and to book your appointment. And remember, tell them you heard about Sleep Cycle Center on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hey, if you're thinking about renovating a room in your house, maybe a bathroom, the kitchen, expanding your outdoor space, McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes. Mike McCall and McCall Custom Homes, been doing it 40 years, great word of mouth, great references, but they understand, because they are custom home builders, that every detail's got to be spot on. And what they do, what they'd love to do is come meet with you, meld your vision with their vision, and make it even better than what you thought at a price that's going to work in your budget. So go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can check out their work there. You can check it out on Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes. Phone numbers 512-633-9580. But McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's the website. And they're building value into your home. Don't ever forget that. That is a good investment. The right renovation can lead to big time increase in your home value. It's always a good thing. You know what I mean? Hey, cover three. I think I'm going to lunch tomorrow at cover 3. But I love it. It's dining, it's spirits, and it's sports. And when Doug Young and Matt Dodson started cover 3 in 2008, it was their dream as kids growing up in Austin. Hey, what if we had high-end food without the high-end prices in a great restaurant with a great vibe where you could also watch your favorite team? That's what cover 3 is all about. It's about having a great time, a great vibe. You know, everyone, the service is amazing. They know and care about you. They want you to come back. And that's what it's all about. You know, Doug and Matt learned from the best in the business and then launched their own restaurant. And it's my spot. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, right off Old Settlers. And of course, Cover 2, 183 in Lake Creek. All right, Zay, let's I feel like the chip shot's kind of been the last 20 minutes. So I'll make it quick. We'll take what we get out of New Orleans and see where we go, but we need leadership. And everyone's like, oh, Greg Sankey works for the SEC. Greg Sankey answers to the presidents of the universities in the SEC. He doesn't get paid to look out for the greater good of college football. Although certain alliances, like with the Big Ten, and that's where this thing, I'm telling you, if someone else can't come in and say, hey, here's the vision, then they're just going to look out for themselves. And we could end up with the SEC and the Big Ten being the Division I of college football. And it's getting harder and harder to sell the vision of, yeah, come along, Big 12, come along, ACC. It's going to be 1 or 2 teams from those leagues that form whatever we're going to end up with. And I don't know that it will become that clear this soon, but that's where we're going to end up, whether it's 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 10 years from now. But the way everything's going right now, that's where we're headed. So there's the chip shot. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Before that, though, got to get to our terrific sponsors and some mentions here, like Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, rare plants, they are your one-stop shop for everything you need. Leaf Landscape Supply has 2 amazing locations here in the ATX. One up north off of Pond Springs Road and one down south off of 290 in Monterey Oaks. A full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier. Some of y'all got very blah decoration in the crib outside. Change that. Get to Leaf Landscape Supply and get with the program and make your home look lively in the decoration that they will provide for you. And remember, they got a website too, Leaf Landscape Supply, so you could see what you want, get some ideas early before you go into the store and make a purchase. And once you make that purchase, let them know you heard from Texas Sports Unfiltered. You heard from Zay Collier, and you get 10% off. You cannot beat that, guys. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert Bee Cave, been around for 100 years. The family-owned and operative automotive dealerships are the best. I'm sure you see different coverts around the city, but Covert Bee Cave, that's our favorite one here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. 7 terrific brands to choose from: GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac. And you could be like my wife and I and get a Buick, like our terrific Buick Encore GT, which we absolutely love. If you want to see all the latest specials and inventory, go to their website at covertbcave.com. The hospitality was terrific. The just customer service was absolutely outstanding. My man Daniel, Marcus, Jerome, and the rest of the crew, they took care of us, and they could take care of you also. So again, visit their website at covertbcave.com. And remember, nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Well, I haven't got to this story. It happened this past weekend. Little college basketball for you. So you remember Terrence Shannon Jr. was at Texas Tech for Chris Beard for the
Illinois.
longest. Then he went to Illinois. Well, They were trying to retire his jersey at Illinois this past weekend, All-Star weekend. So guys were able to go back to their alma maters, and, you know, if you had a jersey to be hung up in the rafters and you earned that, you got to experience that. Well, Terrence Shannon Jr. had a moment that I've never seen before in any jersey retirement. Check it out. Backwards, Chip. They hung his freaking jersey backwards. What are we doing? Where do they do that at? Look at this. If you're listening from the app, Terrence Shannon Jr.'s jersey that's hung in the rafters is literally upside down. Like, come on, Illinois. You're better than this. You have to be better than this. I don't know who was in charge. Was that person drunk? Was that person on PCP? Wow. I don't know, but this is an absolute embarrassment. If I'm Terrence Shannon Jr., whenever I'm asked what school I went to, even though it's Tech, I'm saying Tech, because Illinois clearly doesn't give a damn about you enough to hang your jersey up on the right side, bro. That is so down bad. That is so embarrassing. Again, Illinois, you should be ashamed of yourselves. I don't even know what to say here. And he's been a good sport about it. Like, I kind of saw something on X/Twitter, and they're like selling Terrence Shannon Jr. shirts where it's like the wording's upside down to poke fun at this unfortunate event. But man, Chip, you've been in sports a long time. Have you seen anything like this before?
I mean, are you kidding me? You just have to thread the thing through the, make sure the spool is at the top. And how do you not do a dress rehearsal to, okay, now we're unveiling it to make sure that it's being hung correctly. Like, this is just terrible. Like, you're going to have 10,000 people there to watch this, and you don't even do a dress rehearsal to make sure that you've hung the banner correctly. First of all, why are we retiring his jersey the year after he left?
Was he that good there? I don't remember he was good, but I don't remember him being that good. I'm trying to pull up the picture of Terrence Shannon Jr. poking fun. They made shirts about it. I don't know why it's not coming up, but
right.
I didn't think he was that good. I mean, he was good, but rafters in the jersey or in the arena good?
Who are
know.
Oh, geez.
See, like, you see, he's a good sport. At least he's a good sport about it, because I'd be hot. I'd lose my mind over this. Like, he's better than me. Like, are y'all serious? Like, all the blood, sweat, and tears that I've given this university, and y'all gonna do me like that? Like, come on, man. Like, I don't know what's worse. This jersey retirement situation or Dwayne Wade's statue that he got. That was bad. That was an absolute joke. Yeah, and D Wade, he's been a good sport about it. I saw him in that Carmelo Anthony commercial where he's kind of clowning. They're like poking fun on, I don't know what it's about, but they're making fun of the situation, and D Wade's there like clapping for Carmelo because it was like him seeing something that he didn't like when he got his jersey retired for Syracuse. But yeah, here's Terrence Shannon Jr. holding the shirt that's like upside down, wearing the shirt of his jersey being upside down. And yeah, Roy, Kendall Gill was better. Kendall Gill was a dog.
I was going to say Marcus Liberty, Kendall Gill, those guys from that 89 team.
Yeah, Nick Anderson.
That
team was cold.
But, okay, so here's the Illinois criteria to have their jersey honored. National Player of the Year, enshrined in the National Basketball Hall of Fame, Big Ten Player of the Year, consensus first or second team All-American, Illinois All-Century team member, individual whose pioneering efforts made a significant impact on Illinois and international basketball. So at Texas, you have to be the National Player of the Year. You have to earn a nationally recognized National Player of the Year award. So in football, it's, the Maxwell, the Heisman, or what's the other National Player of the Year? And in basketball, it's, National Player of the Year. That's it. Not Big Ten Player of the Year, first or second team All-American.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
So now Illinois has 36 guys.
36?
Terrence Shannon Jr., Kofi Cockburn, Ayo Dosunmu, D. Brown, Darren Williams, Luther Head, Brian Cook, Frank Williams, Deion Thomas, Kendall Gill, Nick Anderson, Kenny Battle, Ken Norman, Bruce Douglas, Derek Harper, Mav, Eddie Johnson,
Eddie,
like the Sons, Nick Weatherspoon. Now we're getting into the 50s and 60s, but
yeah, we don't care about them.
36. So their number stays in circulation. They just have their name up in the rafters with their number, but the number rolls on. So
yeah, that's weak. That's real weak. Like
Texas has three players.
It's KD, TJ Ford, and who's the other one? Old head.
Like Skeeter Martin or something. Oh, my mind is not working today.
Yeah, let's just be like Illinois then. Like, let's put Jacobin Brown up there in the rafters at Moody. Damn it! If we're just putting anyone up there, anyone that had a decent season, Maurice Evans. Let's put him up there. Like, what are we doing, Illinois? Have some pride. Slater Martin, there it is. Thank you,
Slater Martin, not Skeeter Martin.
Okay. Yeah, man, let's just throw anybody up there. Damn it. Let's put Brandy Perriman up there. Like, good grief. That's a disgrace. And I like a lot of those players that went to Illinois. Like that Luther Head, D. Brown, Darren Williams team that was one game away from winning the national championship. They didn't have to run against Roy Williams and UNC. Like, that team was really good, but I don't think Luther Head deserves to be in any rafters. Like, that's odd.
Roy says the Illini retire numbers like Little League participation trophies.
So weak. Terrence Shannon Jr. was barely there. He was there for 2 years.
Right. I mean, I get it. Kevin Durant was here for 8 months, but by God, he won National Player of the Year. He won every one of those trophies.
Yeah, Kevin Durant's one of the greatest college basketball players of all time. Like that.
In that 1 year, that dude supplied enough highlights and memories of guys who played 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that triple overtime game against Oklahoma State, the game at Kansas where he shut the sound off in Fog Allen Fieldhouse, the AC Law battle. And
speaking of Kansas, Bill Self. Wow. They got mollywopped yesterday. 34 points. You're losing to 34 to BYU. Bill Self, come on, bruh. That's down bad. They look horrible. Like, he's talking about they have to regroup and stuff, and they got to get away from each other for a couple of days. And
yeah, they're 8-7.
I've never seen the Kansas team look like this.
They're 8-7 in conference play.
Yeah, it's ugly.
You got Houston up there, 14-1, Arizona 12-3, Iowa State 11-4, Texas Tech 11-4, BYU 9-6, and KU 8-7, just like Baylor.
Of course, this is the worst year that Kansas has when Texas leaves. Of course. Like, that's just typical. Absolutely typical. Like, let's bring in Patrick and Nick, or Matt, excuse me, before I lose it. Good God.
Gentlemen.
Of course Kansas is bad now. What happened? Come on. It'd be bad. Yeah, by the way, I'll throw in this for Kevin Durant, too. I don't think Terrence Shannon Jr. calling up all these kids is getting the recruits in like Kevin Durant calling them is. You want to talk about impact on a school that he is still having to this day. And you call up and go, hey, it's Terrence Shannon Jr. They go, okay. You need to talk about dad or something? What's going on? I don't know if that's carrying the same weight as one of still the best basketball players in the NBA can call up and come in and hang out.
18 years later.
Yeah. Still doing press conference today. Yeah, it's that the impact on it. It's 8 months he was there, but now it's been 18, 19 years of impact he has had on Texas basketball, which I'll say is a pretty good impact. Been a pretty good impact.
No doubt. No doubt. And they worked it into his Nike deal that that Nike would make contributions to Texas in his name, so that there's a practice court named after him. There's KD gear everywhere. That's been a huge marriage. And of course, Texas is a Nike school, so it all goes hand in hand. But KD puts effort into it, comes back, talks to the kids on campus, talks to the team, talks to the women's team. Like, they all feel connected to him.
And he knows where he wants to end up. I think at the end of his career, he's like, I don't want to go back to DC. I ain't living in Oklahoma City. I'm not going to be spending. I'm not paying the taxes in Golden State, in California. So you know what? It's Austin or maybe Phoenix now. Phoenix can be nice too. One of those. I'll split. It'll be nice and warm, and I can hoop all year long.
Yeah, Phoenix is a nice retirement community.
Exactly.
Well, he can afford houses in both. That's for sure.
Yes, he can.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, you got all those baseball players out there on Lake Austin, and there's a little enclave of, former Texas and former NBA players in Austin that is kind of a little hidden gem. You take your boat up.
They're not looking forward to the day Kevin Durant shows up at Open Gym. They're not looking forward to that one. Just all of a sudden, like, well, we used to all be pretty good, and now there's this one guy who's still playing NBA level on us.
Chris Bosh is here. Like, he's got a house on Lake Austin.
He does.
Yes, he does.
There's Avery Bradley.
He's got some songs out too. He's got some rap songs out too.
He needs to stop that. That's not. He needs to cut that out. Just Hall of Famer Chris Bosh. You got your rings with the Heat. That's good enough, bro. But.
Yeah, I got some friends that worked with him, and then I think one of my friends teaches his kids music lessons. So we know Chris Bosh is involved in the music scene here in Austin too. You get involved in that too.
Wow, so interesting.
Just because you have enough money to build a studio doesn't mean you need to be cutting any tracks, But
yeah, you can cut all the tracks you want. Just don't release them. Expect anybody to like them. You do everything you want to do. Just I'm all for record everything you want, have it for later, and then you don't got to put it out. But
it worked for LiAngelo Ball.
It did. Legend. He's a legend, Matt. He's a legend. He's been everywhere. That's my joy.
Hey, did you hear the news about LeVar Ball?
Yeah, he lost his leg or lost his
foot. He lost his
amputated.
Foot. That is
how are we going to sell those shoes now?
That's how bad them shoes were, Chip. That's how bad they were.
He lost all the circulation.
Lonzo Ball's career and a foot have been claimed by those terrible shoes.
Oh my God,
Big
man.
baller brand. It'll cut off your circulation, baby.
That's so good.
Oh man.
Have a good show, fellas. We appreciate you guys.
See you tomorrow, guys. Good stuff there. We'll see you tomorrow. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. As we get going on, myself, Patrick Davis, along with Matt Gladson, keeping it rolling here on Texas Sports Unfiltered from 4 to 6 p.m. Rolling right along. On today's show, we will get into a Daniel Jeremiah mock draft where he has some Texas players ending up. Bill Kuiper was talking about Quinn Ewers. We didn't get to that yesterday, so we will get to it today. Texas men's basketball. We want to get into that conversation a little bit. I heard some different people that were talking to Rodney Terry after the game, give out some good news about Kendall Weaver. So that's a possible update on what Texas can do. Someone asked us yesterday what Texas could do to finish out this season strong. So I think we're going to get a little bit into that as well. I want to talk about the top prospects for Texas football coming in, as well as this class is formed up and, the number one recruiting class. Talk a little bit about that, who might play, who you might see, what you're excited about in that one. And then discussion that is going around right now as we get into the world of, NBA has not started back up yet. It starts back up. There's one game tonight, and then, of course, we'll start up more games tomorrow. But the overall star weekend, the face of the NBA discussion came up a bunch. And we'll get a little bit into that as well. And, of course, anything you guys want to talk about, you can hit us up on the text line, 512-222-9328, or up on our chat on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, wherever you find us, you can join the chat there as well. Matt, how you doing today? We get through the stormy weather yesterday, and now we're just in the straight cold?
Yeah, it's just freezing outside now.
Yes.
But we made it. It was my first thunderstorm in a high-rise apartment, so that was quite interesting. Very windy, but pretty cool. It's different over here. It's not 14 degrees or whatever like it is in Dallas, or I don't even know what it is in Austin. It's only in the 30s here, so we're doing okay.
Yeah, we're in the 20s here. When I got up this morning to let my dog out, he did the 5 steps out the back door, stop, turn right back around, be like, dude, what is going on? I go, I know. So I had to go out there with him so he would go out and go to the bathroom and make sure we get that done. But yes, it is. We'll have a good time today on the show. I'm really waiting for a big baller prosthetics. They're coming, and they're going to be very uncomfortable and ugly. It is a very, very terrible. That was a weird story that popped up today.
I did not expect that at all.
Not a LeVar Ball fan, but you don't wish ill will on people like that. So,
no.
But he got 3 sons. I saw the people were making fun of the LiAngelo performance as well. With the longest he's ever been on an NBA court was during that song.
Yeah, that's true. But he made one song, and he's now going to be his own millionaire forever. So he can.
I don't get. I'll never get how people make all this money off of one song when it's not very good. And then I've known people who have had like 5 or 6 songs, and they're just they made $0. They made, and like, how did you end up making all this? And they're like, well, because I knew a couple other people, and so I didn't get screwed quite as bad as everybody else did. And I also know a lot of people too. Like, well, I came into it and I was already worth like $350,000, so it was a lot easier. It was a lot easier to make $1 million if you're already worth that, as opposed to having $35 in your bank account. It gets a little bit tougher. Let's get into it, Matt. Let's get into it. Talk a little bit about Daniel Jeremiah put out his mock draft yesterday. Daniel Jeremiah is one of the better mock drafters. As we get closer, it'll get a little bit more shored up. If we see any trades that happen before, you can kind of break through that. He doesn't normally put a lot of trades out there. A lot of people fake around on those trades, and it's fun to do, but it really screws up when that trade doesn't go through and you have like 6 picks relied on somebody getting picked where they were getting picked. But Daniel Jeremiah has definitely been pretty good in the past. He put out his last mock draft, 3 Longhorns in the first round in his last mock draft. He does start out with the Titans taking Abdul Carter. That is one of those points of contention right now, is where that number 1 pick is going to end up. That it's kind of historical thinking that you take the quarterback first overall. There doesn't feel like there's a first overall quarterback in this draft, whether it's Cam Ward. I know Cam Ward came out and said, I'm going to take notes of everybody who didn't pick me. Like that's fun to say once you're good. Once you have success, you can say those. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown wrote down all the names of the teams. He says he writes down the names of the teams that didn't draft him, all the teams that went before and didn't pick him. He writes down all their names in a book, and every player that was drafted before him, writes them down every single day. Like, that's great because you're good. If you weren't, then that's just a really sad notebook that you find in like 10 years. Well, no, they were right. All these guys are better than me. That's a sad notebook. So but he has Abdul Carter. Are you in the logic that it's probably still going to be a quarterback? I think the Titans either take a quarterback or trade back It just feels like that will happen because I know the Giants and Raiders feel like they have guys that they kind of would like. And I know in this mock draft, he doesn't even have the Giants taking a quarterback. But it just feels like quarterbacks are so valuable. Every year, mock drafts come out. People don't value quarterbacks highly enough. People don't push quarterbacks up at this level. And then we see them go, we see 5 go in the first round. And they say, well, we had 2 with the grade. Like, it's not about the grade. They're quarterbacks. And every owner wants them. And so are you in the sense that this could still be an Abdul Carter? He's the best player in the draft, or the best, line edge, which edge is another one of those positions you take. Do you think he goes in this pick, or is it still going to be a quarterback taking number 1?
I think if the Titans are there, they should probably go with Abdul Carter because they desperately need some pass rushers, and he's arguably the best player in the draft. So he very well could be best player available and biggest position of need, which if you're an NFL team and you're on the board or on the clock and you have both of those things that are the same player, you obviously have to draft them. I kind of wonder if some of these teams, I'm not saying the Titans are doing this or any of the teams. Like I don't have any like sources or anything like that saying that this is the case, but you kind of wonder if, and I think it's a bad idea, first of all, before I get into this, I kind of wonder if teams are sort of considering kicking the can down the road on a quarterback and waiting for next year.
I think a lot of teams are.
Because of Arch Manning or whoever else might be on the board. And I think that's a horrible way to run your franchise, because what if, you're doing that and then Arch comes out and he doesn't have the year that he thought and he has to stay another year at Texas or
not
whatever.
Even that. What if you come out and you win 6 games and you have the 10th or 12th pick now and you're not getting any of those guys? Are you really going to go out and say we're going to tank all year? Or what if you tank all year for Arch and he stays another year at Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's just too many. And the reality is, I get owners may think this, but that's an owner decision. That is not a general manager decision, because you're going to get fired. And I think most of these general managers now understand the concept. I can have all the guarantees and the promises from ownership that they're not going to get rid of me. But at a certain point, yes, they are. They are going to get rid of you. And if the fans start to act, if fans start to get upset, ticket sales go down, somebody has to be on the chopping block. It's probably going to be a coach, and then it's going to be you. I mean, we saw Jacksonville didn't want to get rid of their GM so bad that, and I mean, there was a time in Jacksonville where everybody in the crowd dressed up as clowns. Not everybody, but a lot of people dressed up as clowns to make fun of their general manager. And they still didn't get rid of him. And they didn't get rid of him until they started to try and find a coach this year. And everyone said, we're not going there if that GM is there. Like, we understand we're dead in the water working with him. Everybody hates him. We have to start a new regime. We have to make a culture change. All of these things have to change if we come in. And that's the only reason they got rid of him, is they couldn't find a coach who was a good qualified coach who wanted to be there with that GM. So, that your job, your life, if you say, we weren't good this year, we're going to kick it down the road. We're going to wait one more year. And then if it doesn't work out, that there's 2 quarterbacks that come out that are that great, because Carson Beck now is in that list. That Carson Beck was supposed to be the guy, and it was Quinn and Carson Beck fighting for the number 1 overall pick last year, right? Going into college football. And then both of them, complete lackluster seasons. Carson Beck then gets hurt in the Texas game, which screw Texas. If he plays that game, we win. Carson Beck doesn't get hurt, we win, which is a crazy thing to say, but it was. They had him scouted perfectly. But he's now in Miami. Does he turn it around in Miami in a much easier conference in the ACC and jump back up that pole? And, but if he doesn't, he has another bad year. Arch stays, or Arch doesn't have the year. And, you start to have all these guys that are not not ready to go. And then it's kick it down another. You're not staying 2 years. You can't tank 3 years in a row for the Titans. The Browns can. The Browns have tanked a lot of years in a row. But
and here's another thing too. To your point, what if the Browns are like, okay, we're not going to draft a quarterback even in the second round. We're just going to play some backup and tank or whatever, so we get the number 1 pick and we can draft Arch. We've already seen a Manning historically not want to go to a franchise and use his family's power to go to New York. Remember with Eli. So who's to say if Cleveland's number 1 and they go to pick Arch and they're like, oh, we finally got our quarterback. We're going to get Arch. That the Manning's going to be like, no, we're not going there.
No, Arch is not going to, and I assume that's kind of the case now. You're not getting in Cleveland. You have to take a quarterback that really wants to make the NFL and is not afraid. Like, you're not getting Shedeur there. I don't think you're getting Travis Hunter there. I think that they have enough ties that they're not going to go there and they're going to walk away from it, and they can get away with it. But yeah, it's an interesting poll there. I still think they'll probably go quarterback 1, and it'll be either the Titans take somebody or they move it on down. There are quarterbacks available too. You can still go with Sam Darnold and try and sign Sam Darnold to a 2-year deal and kick it down the road a little bit that way. There's still those conversations about Matt Stafford that are really interesting, that he wants, basically he has I think like $35 million on his contract this year. It's not guaranteed at all. He wants to change that, get a couple more years on there, get some more guaranteed money. And if they don't work out that deal, he's probably gone. They'll probably end up trading him or releasing. I mean, you assume you're going to trade him, you can get something back for him. But if you look at it that way, he may be available. That I think for a Giants, that could be somebody. If you don't feel you got somebody in this year's draft, that could be. I know Tennessee, I don't think is close enough, but we'll get to the Giants pick. So they have Daniel Jeremiah, number 2, as Cam Ward going to Cleveland. He has them saying, screw it. I know we said we're having Deshaun Watson play again next year, but we'll get our guy of the future, and then we know Deshaun Watson experiment's not going to work. And if it does, then we can trade Cam Ward, or we can do whatever with Cam Ward. But we're going to move on and take Cam Ward. But he has number 3, the Giants taking Travis Hunter. And I'm not upset at this, but if you put him with Malik Neighbors and Travis Hunter on that offense, and maybe you get a running back in the 2nd or 3rd round, or, because there's not really much you can get in free agency, maybe you can go get Najee Harris or somebody like that in free agency, try and shore up that running game a little bit. But I think if you did that and then you put in a Matt Stafford, or you put in somebody, maybe even a Sam Darnold, if he plays well enough. I don't know. I don't necessarily have the confidence in Darnold like that. I think a lot of that was the system. But Brian Daboll is, he's not a bad coach. We saw what he did with Josh Allen, but that's, an MVP now too. But what you can do with, if you go find another quarterback, you don't have to take one there. And then you're also solving the problem that they had for years with Daniel Jones, that he had no one to throw to. Now you have 2 really good wide receivers, 2 top pick wide receivers. That would be an interesting play right there as well. And then that leaves Shedeur Sanders to fall down a little bit more. As we go down in the draft, the Patriots take Will Campbell. So that's your first offensive tackle. He has Will Campbell ahead of Kelvin Banks as well. Jacksonville takes Mason Graham, a defensive tackle out of Michigan. And then the Raiders take Shedeur Sanders at 6, which is basically your top 2 quarterbacks. Everyone's looking at those 2 guys going in the top 10. And then from that point on, we don't know how many, we don't know when the next quarterback will be taken. The Raiders, if Shedeur Sanders falls to 6, it's on my head almost a guarantee that he goes there. They could wait on a quarterback as well and try and get somebody in the meantime. But I feel like if they get Shedeur, that just feels like it's a done deal.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I if I'm the Giants, I don't know that I could. I see your point on Travis Hunter, and I think he would be tremendous there, especially if they went and got a free agent quarterback or traded for a Matt Stafford or something like that. I think that would be great for them.
Yeah.
I have a hard time seeing them pass on Shedeur Sanders, though, just because of it being New York and the marketability of Shedeur Sanders and the upside of him and all that stuff. So I could see him going there, but you're right. There's no way that he falls any lower than I still want to call them Oakland than Las Vegas. Yeah. So I could see that as a pretty good fit. They have the connections there with, and Tom Brady's there and all those kinds of things. So I like that. As Wags points out, Tom Brady loves Sanders. So, that would be a great fit for him. If he falls any lower than that, then it could, I don't know who else. It's almost one of those things like Aaron Rodgers, where if he falls past a certain point, it's almost like he's just going to drop because all these other teams have quarterbacks. But we'll see. I really like
someone will trade back up. If he drops enough, someone will trade right back up into that position to go get him because that we saw that with guys that we thought were going to fall, and he thought Penix might fall or Bo Nix or somebody like that may fall further than they did, and it wasn't the case. Teams are still going to go after and go get those guys. But yeah, and but I just think the Giants, if they can find a quarterback in free agency or in a trade before the draft, because they have so many needs, they could try and fill that position that way instead of taking somebody that you don't really know if it's going to be a guy like Shador or Cam Ward are not necessarily sure things. So either one of them pulling in, it feels like I can go get somebody else and not risk a top 3 pick on that guy and get somebody that I feel pretty confident in, whether it is Will Campbell, whether it is Travis Hunter, whether it is, an edge or a defensive lineman, whatever it is, if you can find that guy, then I think you can go that route in there. We'll go down to the mock draft just a little bit. Get down to number 10. Chicago Bears do take Kelvin Banks in his draft. That is basically where we feel, or at least the last time we talked, that he doesn't fall past 10 most likely. As much as people have, derided him on some things, basically because he got a little bit banged up at the end of the season. His stats were all still good. He still looked good on film, but he just got a little banged up at the end of the season. Apparently that made him so much worse of a player. I still think it may be some intel out there that maybe he's possibly, like, maybe there's some people trying to get him to drop. You're maybe getting some fake information out there at the combine. You'll know more at the combine if all of a sudden you hear a lot of rumors of just fake problems and things that you don't really feel that were problems at Texas that everybody's worried about. That may be somebody, and it may be the Bears, just praying that he falls to number 10 and they can get their left tackle of the future. But yeah, I don't see him falling past 10. I know you loved San Francisco's at 11. They're salivating if they could get the replacement left tackle of the future in that draft at 11. You get that guy, I think they'd be salving. So even if he fell past 10, I don't see him going past 11. But that seems like the most easy lock for the first Longhorn off the board is Kelvin Banks, and I don't think he falls out of the top 10.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that he's sort of I'm not a big fan of superlatives like perfect or ideal fit or anything like that. This is one thing that I learned in my early years in the journalism field is the only perfect fit in the NBA is Michael Jordan. The only perfect fit in the NFL is, Reggie White, Tom Brady, like the Hall of Fame type players. So, but it's close to a perfect fit in terms of need and best player available at number 10. You have to throw Kelvin Banks in there. I mean, they desperately need blocking for Caleb Williams, desperately. If they can get him that, then they could take a huge step forward, and he would be a tremendous piece for the future for them. Even if he did fall past them for some reason, if San Francisco can have Trent Williams at left tackle and him at right tackle, and then eventually slide him over to replace Trent Williams, that's a dream come true for them. And even in some bizarre scenario where neither of those teams feel that he's there, how can the Cowboys pass up on that,
Oh, well, no, if he falls down there, but then again, it's the Cowboys. Who knows what the hell they're going to do?
Yeah. So,
but yeah, I don't see him falling that far. I think he could go higher than that as well. But it just feels like at a certain point, you're saying this is a top 5 talent that is somehow slipping because he got banged up a little bit at the end of a long season and basically played all the rest of his career pretty much thoroughly and then had one little issue at the end. I don't see it as enough that any team is going to really worry about it a ton. Shout out to the chat there. Double D asked what NFL teams you root for. I'm a Texans fan. Matt is a Cowboys fan, right? Are you still saying that? Are you
So yes, technically I am. It's just it's a very frustrating life. So I'm beginning to lean a little bit more toward the Texans sometimes.
Yeah,
part of that's being in the city.
I left
Houston,
the Texans several years back. I left it because they were running the team when they had Jack Easterby and everybody in there, and it was really, really bad for a while. And now they pulled it out, and Cal McNair's wife is out there a lot more now because they're like, we all know Cal McNair's kind of an idiot and he just inherited the team. So hey, I'm the smart one though. Don't worry. They did a big reclamation project for the Texans ownership. My man Wags there says, the trade the pick. Giants don't need Hunter. Giants need a line. And the Giants take a QB at 3, whether they learn from Jones is a bad pick. Trade the pick and gain picks. It works if you can get the right guy in there, if you get the right trade down. But I think they need a lot of things, and the line you can somewhat build outside of the draft. They may have to go that route. because getting one lineman isn't really going to save their line. I think they should, change some other things in it. And they need a splash pick. The reality is the general manager and the ownership in New York understands that they are now getting passed by the Eagles. They're getting passed by the Commanders now. And Dallas is kind of sat above them. So now they're the bottom barrel of that division. I don't think they want to be the bottom barrel. I think they can get ahead of the Cowboys, at least in their mind. And they probably think they can get ahead of the Commanders as well. And so they're going to try and fight a little bit more. I think you can attack offensive line a little bit more in free agency. As much as you like to bring in the line, you can't go out and necessarily spend the money and get a top-tier threat offensively, either a quarterback or a wide receiver. You may be able to get a makeshift quarterback for a couple of years and then try and draft somebody in the second, third round and see if that works out. But that's why I don't think they necessarily take a quarterback at 3. I think they can easily go ahead and try. Like the Matt Stafford one is one that makes the most sense of, a bigger market where you can kind of put some pieces. It won't fix everything, but it's not a terrible fit for him either. And it's a team that maybe want to go and push that trigger if he cannot reach the deal with the Giants. I could see them go ahead and do that. They're also trying to get some more cash right now too, because they're trying to sell part of their team to get some more cash. We also get Devil D says, I hope the Giants find success in their draft picks and Dallas fails miserably. Jerry needs every other team in the NFC East to dominate them. I don't think it matters. They're still going to make the most money, and that's all they care about, really. And then Wags says, if we draft QB, we'll be right where we were with Jones. You won't be if it's not as bad as a pick of Jones. Everyone knew Daniel Jones wasn't the guy. If you go back and watch draft coverage, it's like, I don't know why they think this guy is a star quarterback. He's a stopgap at best, and they tried to make him a star. They brought in Brian Daboll to make him a star, but not everyone is Josh Allen. It fell into that when Trey Lance was in that same category of those quarterbacks that were mobile, and you thought, well, if we can get a mobile quarterback who can throw on the run, we'll have the next guy. Like, we'll have the next Lamar Jackson, we'll have the next Josh Allen, we'll have the next Patrick Mahomes. And it does not work that way at all. I think Daniel Jones fell into that. We know Trey Lance fell into that category. Well, we'll make him into what we want him to be. That did not work out. So
yeah, and I think that well, so this is interesting too. We're going to get back to this mock draft here in a second, but I wanted to say this as well. I saw another mock draft. I think it was might have been on Bleacher Report or NFL.com, or I can't remember where I saw it. It was a couple weeks ago, but it kind of jogged my memory. They did a draft of if all of the underclassmen this year who are not eligible for the draft were able to get into the draft this year, that Arch Manning would still be the number 1 pick overall.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes you think about how kind of weak this quarterback class is, and how maybe if you're a team who is up there and you need more stuff, maybe, it's not the best idea to draft a guy that you're just not sure about. Because I'm not sold on Cam Ward. I'm not sold on Shedeur Sanders. I'm not sold on any of these guys necessarily. I mean, I saw Shedeur struggle against Nebraska, who is not a good football team.
Yeah,
so when you see things like that, it kind of makes you wonder, like, okay, so he does well in the Big 12. He does well at Jackson State. How is he going to do taking a massive leap and having to start for the Giants in year 1? I don't know about that.
No, I'm with you on that. It seems like it's going to be tough. And that's another part is you're putting in a rookie into, you basically have to start week 1 because there's nobody else there. And maybe they can sign, you maybe can sign somebody. Andy Dalton already went back to the Panthers, so you can't get a 65-year-old Andy Dalton anymore. Double D says Maddie's temporarily on a leave from Cowboys fandom for 4 years. He left
totally
last
get
summer.
that.
Yeah, Rodney Smith, according to all the mocks, you think Janty already signed his contract with the Cowboys? He does not have. Daniel Jeremiah does not have it. We'll get to that pick in just a second. I just want to get to your chats first. But yeah, he does not have them taking Ashton Janty. I don't think they're going to. It seems like it seems like too many people are saying it for Jerry Jones to do it. It has to be Jerry's idea. And this feels like it's not his idea to everybody else's, so he won't do it. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't put any decision Jerry Jones makes into a football sense anymore. You have to take football out of the equation and scouting and everything else and say, what does Jerry Jones think will get him the most knowledge? And by the way, that Deuce Vaughn, I still like Deuce Vaughn. I think he's a good player. But that Deuce Vaughn pick, I was 100% right the day they took it, which was he took that pick solely to get a story to put on the internet and on that video, that documentary they were shooting, that I drafted the guy, my director of scouting son. Look at that. How great of a story is this? Put the cameras on it. Let's show this. And he used a draft pick to be on TV more. That's what it was for. Deuce Vaughn did not play for like 2 years, really. And he maybe could have, and he maybe could have found a place for him if you had a better running back core and you could use him as a boutique back, but you didn't. So you had to use all those spots to try and find anybody to run the ball. It's not so much a shot at Deuce Vaughn. It's a shot at Jerry Jones and why his team is so bad. Hair the Dog says, are you still involved in the music scene? Yes, I am. I still do stuff with musicians all the time, hang out with them all the time. Don't do as much as I used to, but I'm still out there. You get older, but they're not as cool anymore. People don't want to hang out with the 40-year-old guy anymore. Wag says, have neighbors, just let Barkley walk. They have no idea what they're doing, and they gave him a new contract. Oh, yeah, I believe with that. I believe that. We talked a little bit, Wags, yesterday about Allie Gordon falling to the Cowboys. If he falls, I don't know if I take him early rounds, but later rounds I like it. Matt brought that up yesterday, and it's a very good take. Jack Burton says you don't have to use actually use Deuce to know. No, you don't. You don't. Let's keep going on this draft though, Matt. Number 12, we will get to the Dallas Cowboys. We can talk about them. Number 12, he has him taking Walter Nolan, the DT out of Mississippi. This is there you go, your Ole Miss. This is a pick that makes sense in a world that you got that defensive tackle position has been a huge problem. If you're going to re-sign Micah Parsons, you've got to fix that D-line a little bit more around him, and it's not the other edge. You've drafted edges. So I don't necessarily think that it was, you don't have to use it that way, but I do know that you are talking about getting something in there that you're able to get a really good player at a position that is a very much need for the Cowboys. And it's not, I think O-line is another one we've talked about a lot. They may go that route, but the defensive line, if you were able to get this guy, now you got to make sure it's a hit because you missed on Mozzie Smith. And the problem is you're probably going to let Oza Digizua leave if you draft him. And this is another place where you're not really getting much better. You're getting a little better possibly, but you may be getting worse because you don't know what level he's going to play at, but you're not adding to your team. You're just replacing. And that Cowboys do that way too much. So I like it in some senses, but in others, they let Osa walk on that. You're like, well, that's kind of a, you're just a salary cap move more than a team building move, right?
I can see how it can be, perceived that way. I think that Walter Nolan has a much higher upside than Osa Digizua. I think that he has the potential to be the best defensive tackle, or not the best defensive tackle maybe, but one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL. I think he's absolutely dominant, both against the run and in the pass rush. He was the anchor of an Ole Miss defense that ranked, I believe, number 2 in the country in scoring defense and number 2 against the run. And he just ran, roughshod over every SEC offensive line that he faced. He did it against Georgia. He did it against everyone. And so that's something that I kind of look at where I'm like, okay, maybe not next year is he better than Odigizua, but eventually down the line, they feel that could be an upgrade, and it makes your team, or it gives your team a potential all-pro, defensive tackle to put next to Mike Parsons, and that really shores up your defensive line. He had 14 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks, 4 QB hurries last year. He had an 88.9 grade, and that was the third best among power forward defensive tackles, and he was second best against the run at 91.6. So, that's something that I look at. Again, I'm obviously very biased because he's an Ole Miss guy, but I think that he could be absolutely tremendous. And I've seen Ole Miss defensive tackles in the past who were supposed to be amazing. Robert Kimdichie was one of them. Number 1 recruit coming out of high school. He was absolutely dominant at Ole Miss. And then things got a little weird for him. He probably listened to his brother a little bit too much, and then he got into some weird things, and he ended up falling off. But I was lobbying hard for the Cowboys to draft him at one point, and I'm glad they didn't. I don't think that Walter Nolan's going to have those same issues, but he is something that I've never seen at the defensive tackle, just with the way that he can do everything. I think that he could be a major upgrade for them. potentially year 2, year 3, you really start to see that change.
Yeah, I think that is, and I agree with you. I think the pick works. It's a decently smart pick. It fills a need that you have. I like all those pieces for it. And it's not even that I don't like the pick. It's just, it feels like one of those things. Well, we took this guy, so we're going to be better. Yeah, but you need to add more on top of that. And we just know it goes back to the Cowboys. You have to add something in free agency. You can't keep just spinning your wheels and having to hit on every single draft pick and then letting guys walk in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
You have to find something out.
Yeah, and I think that maybe one thing you could do if you're the Cowboys is if you really are circling Walter Nolan as the guy that you want, as we talked about in the mock draft yesterday, that's a guy that you could potentially trade back for a little more draft capital, 15, 16, 17, and he might still be there, so you can still get him. And that's kind of in the Cowboys' wheelhouse of trading back. So I can see them doing that for him also. And, I don't know how many trades, if any, Jeremiah has in this mock draft, but that's somebody that you could target in that kind of realm.
No, and that's it. Yeah, and I don't think he has any in this trade, in this mock draft. So but I like that. I do like the pick. I think Walter Nolan could be a good player for them. Let's go down to number 17, the Cincinnati Bengals taking Jahdae Barron. He will be the second cornerback taken in this draft. This is another piece that the Bengals have a lot of needs on that defensive end right now. Lou Anarumo went from this genius DC that was, figured out Patrick Mahomes and was the future of the defense of the NFL, and then he got fired. Like, it just fell apart. A lot of players want out right now. They're not happy. The Bengals are trying to figure out money-wise. They're just they drafted too well at a point and having to pay all these guys all of this money right now, and the Bengals are a notoriously cheap franchise. So they're trying to figure out this season with T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Hendrickson. I think there's some other guys that are asking for trades out of there now too because they're not going to get paid. And you realize you're like, I'm sixth in line to get paid. There's no way I'm getting a payday. Because these guys in the front of the line are barely getting it. Yeah, and so it seems difficult, but the Bengals taking Jahdae Barron there. I don't wish him to go to a team that's probably not going to pay him a ton of money, but he'll be able to get some playing time early on there and help out on a team that's not bad. I don't know what the Bengals were last year. It was weird. They felt like they could be a good team and never were.
Yeah. So with Barron, I like this pick for the Bengals. I don't like it for Barron necessarily, like you said, but I like it for the Bengals because Jahdae is a guy that you can bring in and he can play almost anywhere in the secondary. So if you're a little bit, short-staffed in the secondary and you got to fill holes and do different things on a week-to-week basis, he just like he did at Texas, he can play in the slot, he can play on the outside, he can play a little bit of safety, he can help in run support, he's great against the pass. So in that sense, I love the pick. I don't want Jahdae to go somewhere, like you said, where he's either not going to get paid or to a team that's on kind of a downward trajectory. And I don't know if the Bengals are that or not. We'll have to see how they handle all this cap situation. Yeah. One thing they do have that's going to keep them afloat, at least for a little while, is, one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL and Joe Burrow. So that's a plus for them. If you can figure out the defense, which Barron would go a long way in helping that, then, you have a really good shot. They were just in a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. So it's not totally far gone for them.
No, and they're not getting blown out in any of these games. They're just losing one-score games. And if you can turn that around, all of a sudden it makes a big difference. A couple other interesting picks. We go down this list. Number 20, the Broncos taking Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, which, by the way, is a second tight end. He has a tight end going 7th to the Jets. He has Tyler Warren from Penn State, the tight end. He was a really good blocker, but it feels that's really, really high for a tight end that's going to be a blocker for you in New York and the Jets when you have a lot of other needs on that offense that doesn't – like the offensive line feels like it needs people more. They just haven't been able to put that together.
I love Tyler Warren. He wasn't doing it necessarily all season, but he had a lot of games, like I believe against USC and throughout the whole playoff. I mean, all of a sudden he kind of turned it on. Sometimes he looked like Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they're hoping for there. I do think that's pretty high for him. That's a guy that if he's on the board for the Cowboys, I do not hate that pick at all. Yeah. Because you need to get Dak Prescott another pass catcher. Their tight end situation last year was abysmal. But yeah, I mean, I think
Ferguson just feels like he's just on that edge and he hasn't gotten over it, but it's been a year and a half that he hasn't gotten over it. So it worries you a little bit.
And he's too distracted by the Cavender twin that he's dating too, probably. So, yeah, I mean, Tyler Warren's interesting. I like Colson Loveland. Texas completely shut him down, which is one thing. But that's one game. You can't knock a guy.
And that's early in the season, yeah. And they didn't have a quarterback either, so
that's true.
I'll give a couple pieces of that. Texas defense, all the credit in the world, but yeah, they didn't have a quarterback. Right. Then he has Ashton Jeanty actually going 21st to Pittsburgh, giving them letting Najee Harris walk in free agency, bringing in Ashton Jeanty to be a guy there. That'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting fit there. I don't hate it, but it's an interesting fit. He actually has Amari Hampton going right then after to the Chargers. They need a running back. The Harbaugh wants a guy wants a running back, but that does hurt the Cowboys because now you're taking two guys off the board in the first round, which could put a run on running backs, especially at the beginning of the second round. I think that's when you always get those runs of positions because the difference of a guaranteed contract versus a non-guaranteed. There's certain guys that people really like, but they don't believe in fully. So that's where I think, we'll get into a little bit with Quinn Ewers, but like Quinn Ewers, where you maybe don't want to guarantee him as much money, but you still want to see if you want to give it a run. That's a second round pick. A lot of running backs, a lot of times, we wait till they get to the second round. And if you want to get out of the running back game in 2-3 years, it's pretty easy to do in a second round pick versus a first round pick. So that's interesting, though. He has those two guys going there. Then we get down. And he has also Travion Henderson going to Minnesota at pick 24. So he's got a running back run going in the first round, which does not bode well for the Cowboys getting somebody. They would have to maybe trade up in that second round to go get somebody, which they probably won't do, and they'll wait, and then there won't be a running back, and they'll just go, we'll figure it out later. We talked about this yesterday. There's not anybody in free agency. So unless you're making a trade, it could be difficult. Then he has at number 25, the Texans taking Emeka Ebuka from Ohio State, which is interesting because it's a CJ Stroud. They played together at Ohio State. It's a reunion there. You've already got him, Kate Stover. You brought in as a tight end, making it feel more at home. If they're letting Stephon Diggs walk, which is, I believe that Caserio said the door is open, which is more that he said originally that they weren't going to re-sign him. He's now said the door is open, but that doesn't mean he's like, look, if no one else goes out and pays a bunch of money for him, then we like him, but we're just not going to pay him a ton of money. We need the negotiation to go away before we get there. So it's interesting, but if they don't get that, we saw the wide receiver problems for the Texans at the end of the season. Tank Dell, another just devastating injury. So we don't know when he'd be back. And again, you're talking about a kid who's had now 2 really bad injuries in a row. And, he's just getting back into form. You hope for the best for guys like that because he seems like a really good guy. But it's just difficult for a guy like Tank Dell, for everything he has been through in this first couple years. So I don't dislike the pick. They're in a position right now. They need offensive line. They need to go do that in free agency. They've proven they can't draft offensive linemen. Stop trying to do it. You're just bad at it. There was a point I'd put together a list of how many draft picks they've used on that offensive line, and it's somewhere around like 6 or 7 first because you have to put all the ones they spent on Laramie Tunsil and then all the seconds and third. There's so many draft picks they have used on that offensive line. For it to be as bad as it is, it's insane. That offensive line is so bad. They have to figure something out on that offensive line. But at the same part, you're trying to bring in weapons still. You're trying to load it up. You have CJ Stroud on that rookie contract. You want to bring in guys like that and then go sign some veteran offensive linemen. Because if you just keep adding younger guys in there, it doesn't feel like the problem's going to fix itself.
No, absolutely. So I actually love this pick for the Texans. Obviously, the offensive line is a huge issue. I mean, your best offensive lineman, Larry Tunsil, was one of the most penalized offensive linemen in the NFL, if I remember correctly. So that's tough. But getting a guy that CJ Stroud is comfortable with and that he has great chemistry with already and one of the most talented wide receivers in the draft, I think is a great move. If they do end up bringing back Stephon Diggs and they have Emeka Ebuka and they have Nico Collins and Tank Dell comes back eventually, I know that's kind of wishful thinking probably, but if that does happen for some reason, that is the best receiving core in the NFL probably. So, and it already was one of the top ones before all the injuries happened. So that's something that I love for him, getting CJ Stroud as many weapons as you could possibly give him. He's probably the biggest rising star quarterback in the NFL right now out of the youngest guys. So I really like that pick.
Him and the Commanders quarterback, his name
Yeah,
is
CJ Stroud, Jaden Daniels, like those are kind of the two guys of the future, I think. So I really like the pick. I'm always a draft skill position guys over offensive linemen at this point in the draft. Maybe not early necessarily. Like if there's a guy like a Kelvin Banks or a Will Campbell or whatever, you go that route. But at this 20 to 32 range,
yes,
if there's a guy like Emeka Ibuka there, and that's a need for you, and you think that he's going to be able to put your team over the top, then I absolutely will do that.
I love it. And then we'll go last pick. We talk in the Daniel Jeremiah mock draft that he put out yesterday. Buffalo at pick 30. They trade that pick last year for Xavier Worthy. The Chiefs went and picked up Xavier Worthy there, which the entire league was pissed at the Bills for doing. And then it didn't seem like it was going to work out. And then there was times where it did and times where it didn't. And then in the Super Bowl, it looked like a pretty great pick to get Xavier Worthy. But Buffalo takes Matthew Golden in this mock draft. Matt Golden goes there. This is a fit. You just feel what he did for Texas last year. You add him in where he's just a really, really reliable wide receiver. So you have a Keon Coleman who can be a good guy out there. You have some different guys that are, talented, but maybe not as automatic as Matthew Golden seemed to be down the stretch, where if you need a third down, you have that guy. And those third down pickup guys are so important. I mean, we know that's the Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. That third down pickup, it's so important. So I think for having those two guys, it's impressive to be able to get a guy like Matthew Golden with Josh Allen, not having to spend a ton of money. I know they may trade back out of the first again because of their cap issues. So they may just say we want to win a first round pick at all. We'll go ahead and get a second. That could be the case for Buffalo, but I feel like that would be a good fit for Matt Golden if he was able to end up there.
Absolutely. I mean, going to Buffalo with one of the top, Joe Burrow's in the top 3. Josh Allen's right there with him. So if you can go get a guy that Josh Allen can rely on, that can make contested catches, that can, take the top off the defense, and Matthew Golden can do everything. And with his speed, having a guy that can actually connect on a deep ball with you and not float it up in the air like Quinn, I mean, the sky's the limit for him. I mean, I believe it was Jeremiah who said that Matthew Golden might be his top receiver in the draft after watching his tape, which coming from Houston and then going to Texas and potentially being, the second or third guy in that offense and then ended up being the guy, it's just a meteoric rise for him. So I really like that pick for Buffalo and for Matthew Golden.
Yeah, I think that one works out well. We'll get into a little bit more talking about Quinn and floating the ball. Mel Kiper had some words about that. Talk a little bit about where Quinn could end up. I want to talk a little Texas basketball as well as we keep rolling along. I want to get into some prospects. And if we have some time, we'll get into the face of the NBA discussion, as it is becoming a bigger issue after All-Star Weekend. That discussion is being said more and more. But let's take a quick break to get a word from our sponsors that keep us rolling here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. It's Open Gym 4 to 6 here on TSU with Patrick Davis and Matt Galatson.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstat Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstat for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstat is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstat at a local grocery store or liquor store. They They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The Lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstat Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling with you from 4 to 6 p.m. Still got some stuff we're going to get into, some men's basketball. I'm going to table the second half of the NBA conversation. We'll talk NBA face of the league, but I know tomorrow we get the Spurs are in Austin, so Kevin Durant was talking to the media today. We'll maybe get into that a little bit more tomorrow. But I keep waiting. I'm scrolling. I keep waiting. I keep hearing that there may be rumors of a Texas running back coach getting hired at some point soon enough. We'll see if we get it during the show or not. I don't know if we're going to get it I haven't seen it. I don't know if it's that close yet, but we'll keep trying to keep up that during the breaks. Let's get into a little talk about Quinn Ewers. We just did the mock draft from Daniel Jeremiah. Remember, guys can chime in on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X on the comments. We've also got the text line open, 512-222-9328. You can find us on there as well. But let's talk about Quinn Ewers. Mel Kiper came out recently. He was talking about some of the players in the draft. And let me just read off what he said to you. He said, with Quinn Ewers, if you could bottle some of those games and some of those series and some of those throws and say, boy, if we could just level that off. I want him to put his foot on the gas, and I say foot on the gas with that arm. I didn't see a lot of muscle throws. In the NFL, you got tight windows. You got to muscle those throws in there, right? You got to stick it in there. And the thing is, he can do it, but a lot of times he's just trying to loft it out there, lay it out there. And to me, sometimes you got to go 80 miles an hour. You can't go 30, got to go 80. So there's questions about this. We know his deep ball, he had issues with that. We didn't get to see as much deep ball this year because people just sat back on it. And knowing that if he throws it, because Sark wants to throw the deep ball, they knew he wants to throw the deep ball. They know Quinn doesn't have the best accuracy on that. And you might get some interceptions if you stick a safety back there. So they kept doing it. Quinn did the right thing and threw underneath. But we didn't get to see a ton of it this year. So one of the pieces that I think a lot of teams wanted to see worked on and wanted to see improve going into his junior year before the draft was that deep ball. We didn't see the improvement we wanted to see in it. So how much of a factor is this of him going in? Does this really drop him down? Now, I still, he doesn't have a first-round grade. He may still be a first-round pick. You never know on these things. Quarterbacks are quarterbacks. He does not have a first-round grade. We know we can all agree on that, but whether or not he would go in the first round is out there. But it could be a second-round pick. We know we've seen one of the second-round picks had him going first, the first pick in the second round. He could fall to third round. He could fall to day 3 in all reality. As we saw last year, all the quarterbacks get taken up top, and then they waited to like round 4 to take another quarterback because they said we got everybody we think is going to be an NFL quarterback, and everybody else is a project, so we're going to stick them later in the draft. So as Quinn Ewers, these feel like they're somewhat justified. How much of a worry is it for you, Matt, if you're drafting Quinn Ewers? How much do you look at that and say, yeah, he can't throw that ball, and we need it? That's an NFL throw. We got to have it.
Well, so there's a couple things here for me. One of them is Mel Kiper is also the guy that said that Jimmy Clausen was going to be a surefire NFL star.
He said a lot of things that are not true, yes.
Yeah. So that gives me a little bit of pause anytime he talks about a quarterback. And maybe that's not fair, but that's just that always lingers in my mind. Another thing is, look, I understand if guys have shortcomings or things that they need to develop in their game. I understand that not everybody's a perfect prospect coming in, but Quinn Ewers is what, 21, 22 years old?
Yeah.
So to sit there and say that he can't ever do this, or he won't ever be able to do this, or he's not going to be able to do this in the NFL, I think is a little bit of a stretch. So when Kiper comes out and says these things, I'm like, look, I mean, that's a fair criticism now, but if you get him into the right system and you get him the right quarterback coach and you get him in, the right pieces around him, and then he can give him some time to develop, he absolutely has the opportunity, like the talent and the skill and the mechanics and all the things to do these things correctly. And maybe if Arch Manning wasn't waiting in the wings at Texas, he would be coming back for another season, and he would have all the tools by the time he gets to the NFL draft or whatever. But that's not the case. So he has to go, develop in the NFL. And maybe that's what's best for him in the long run. If I'm an NFL team, I am not afraid to draft Quinn Ewers at all. There are certain things about his game that he needs to fix. And granted, I was pro Quinn all season long. I was not there for the Quinn slander whatsoever when people were calling for his head, calling for him to be benched. And I'm sure you weren't either. But I'm not afraid to draft him at all. I find that if I can get him for a year or two and let him develop, that he can absolutely learn how to, rocket a ball in the mid-range throws. He can, level off that deep ball a little bit. Those are things that he can continue to work on, and he has the skills and the polish to do it. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, and some NFL teams are not patient enough for that. But there will be a team out there, I think, that will draft Quinn Ewers and that he will be a successful quarterback in the NFL. Maybe I'm in the minority. And do I think he's going to be a superstar? No, not necessarily. But I do think that he's going to be a player who can win you a lot of games. He's not going to make a lot of mistakes. A lot of the mistakes he made this year in terms of interceptions and things like that were not his fault. There was a ton of tip balls at the line. And those are things that are they 100% on the receiver also? Or are the tip balls just great plays by the defensive line? Sure. I mean, yeah, he can learn to get the ball a little bit more up or whatever the case may be. But I think that Quinn has every opportunity to be a guy that can win you a lot of games, win you playoff games. He has the toughness and the mental fortitude to do all those things. He's not going to be afraid of anything. So I absolutely take a risk on Quinn Ewers if you're a guy who thinks, well, or a franchise thinks, well, we need a quarterback in a year or two. And I think he'd be a great fit for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a piece for Quinn where, one of the things he does really well is he throws a extremely catchable football. He throws a really catchable football. And that's something that a lot of people can't say. And so when you say he's not throwing 80 miles per hour, you go, well, he's not always supposed to. And I get in some of these deep throws, that goes back to footwork. And it's something that's been a problem for Quinn. He's worked on. And, if you're drafting him in the second, third round, where he's probably going to end up going, you're not starting him year one. So he can finally take a step back, because basically he came out of high school, went to Ohio State, and he's quarterback 3, quarterback 4 in that depth chart. He's not playing. So he's not even really getting reps with the second team. He's not really getting reps. And so you don't really get the practice you need to get the practice in there. You go, he can go over fundamentals, but he's just really coming into being a freshman in Ohio State. Then he comes to Texas, and right away you're thrown into it. You're playing every week. And so that time that you could spend that is normally spent a little bit with freshmen and maybe some sophomores on these teams, where you are having a little bit more time to work on fundamentals and drills and footwork and everything else. He's working on game planning and scouting, having to scout the defense and making sure he's got the plays all right and making sure he's got everything right. And you can't overload him. Now I can say he doesn't seem like a quarterback mentally you're going to be able to walk into a room and say, here's 8 playbooks, figure them all out by tomorrow. I don't know if he has that kind of recognition, but at the same part, he's done well enough at what Sark's given him. And Sark doesn't run the easiest offense. It runs a more pro style offense at times. So this is somebody that you think has a lot of the potential. I think the throwing the ball at that speed is footwork. I think it comes back to footwork at the end of the day. It's not necessarily arm talent. We know he has the arm talent. So if you say he plants his feet, he does what he does, I think he can get there. And I think he can get there with practice. I know the NFL says we don't develop quarterbacks. Yeah, you can't. You can. You have. You just don't want to. and you don't develop quarterbacks that you're taking first overall because they have to play right away. But you can take a guy that's on the bench and get him to learn a little bit more. And I think a year in the NFL, being able to step back, because he just didn't have it in college really, and being a backup quarterback and not, maybe coming into a game now and then in a blowout, or, if the quarterback goes down for a little bit, but being able to actually sit out and learn a little bit more and watch game film and sit on the sideline, I think could be good for him. We saw in the Georgia game, he gets pulled in that Georgia, the first one, and it did help him out to sit back for a second and just watch the game on the sideline. And even that small sample size of it makes you believe that possibly if he can go out and get a different viewpoint on it, because he's been thrust into it since the beginning, and maybe take a little step back first before he can take a few more steps forward. I still think he's going to be a second or third round pick. That line to me, and it's sometimes you got to rock it in and go, yeah, but in college, you don't necessarily want to be throwing fastballs in there, because how many interceptions did he have that were tipped off of people's hands or off a shoulder pad or something like that? He gets a lot of tipped balls, and if you're throwing the ball 90 miles per hour off of a tipped hand, it may be a problem. And so I get it. I think it's a justified take, but I don't know if it's something that is hard to sell. Now, I'll tell you this about Quinn Ewers. That combine, because he's not playing in the Senior Bowl, he's not doing it. He's going to, he's a combine guy. And so what he does in that combine, how he measures out, how his footwork is in that, how his throws are when they're trying to get him to go deep, how accurate are those deep balls, that will matter a lot. Because if he can do it in practice, then I think that people will believe they can get him to figure it out in the game. But I think that's going to be really big, is if he goes out in the combine and he's missing guys on some deep throws and his footwork looks sloppy and he's maybe tripping around on himself. I don't think that'll happen. But if those things happen, and then if his measurables are not good, if he's not in the shape he needs to be in, which again, I don't think will be a problem. I think, he's got the work ethic. He'll be in there working hard to get there. But that combine is going to be really, really big for Quinn, because if he has a really good combine, I think he's a possible first-round pick if someone gets desperate and moves up, but more likely a second-round pick. And if he has a bad combine, he's may go fourth or fifth round, because now no one believes that he's got the ability to be an NFL quarterback. And the upside suddenly kind of looks like he's already reached his potential, because that was a whole conversation of why does he go to the draft and should he stay one more year in college? And you just asked the question, did he get better? Did his draft stock rise between he got better, but did his draft stock rise between his sophomore and junior year? And it didn't rise at all. So why would you stay another year and hope that it rises in that year? You've done what you're going to do in college. You need to take a different view at it. Now, he could have transferred and seen a different coach and a different lineup. Maybe that would be different for him. But I think that at the end of the day, he did what he needed to do in college, and now it's time for him to go to the pros.
Yeah, and I think there were some things that he showed, especially after his injuries down the stretch. One that comes to mind is against Arizona State, that 4th and 13 to Matthew Golden. There's not a lot of players in college football whose coaches trust them enough to check out of a play and call another play at the line, the biggest moment of your entire season. And it works. Like, there are not many players that have that kind of leash. So I think that that's something that NFL teams can look at and be like, okay, he's a really smart player. He reads defenses very well. Yeah. Are there other things he needs to clean up in order to make that, to maximize that at the NFL level? Sure. But, we saw things like that. We saw how unbelievable some of his throws were at the sidelines, these NFL throws where you have to stretch the field to all the way to the other side, or you have to fit it in between a gap and all this, and just over the hand of a linebacker or whatever. He does all those things tremendously well if he has time to throw the football. And a lot of times he did this year, and a lot of times he had some ghosts back there in the pocket, which is another thing that he needs to clean up. But I think if you take all the pros that Quinn has and all the potential that he has to fix, maybe some of the other things as opposed to the cons, I think that there's a much higher chance that he hits, especially if he has a big combine, because he like you said, he's made for the combine. He's absolutely made for it.
Exactly. And I think when you start to look at, some of the other quarterbacks in this draft, and when you go into it, Jackson Dart is one of the names that comes up a lot that people feel maybe could go ahead of him. Jalen Milroe is another name of a guy that I think his combine will be very interesting because people are not sure how much, the change of the coach, Matt, hit him. Is he ready to be an NFL quarterback? We know he has the abilities, but can he do all the fundamental things right to make you believe that he's on a progress, he's on a rate that he could be something special with his legs, that maybe there's something there. I just don't know. When you talk about, there's going to be teams that want to draft quarterbacks, whether or not they're starting them this year or starting them after. There's plenty of teams that want to get somebody in there that need to have a backup quarterback. As a coach, as a general manager, you only go as far as your quarterback can take you.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I think we have a little breaking news here.
Okay, what we got? So
Matt Zenitz just tweeted, West Virginia's Chad Scott has emerged as a leading candidate for the running back coach for opening at Texas.
Okay.
He's worked at West Virginia since 2019, including as West Virginia's offensive coordinator in 2023 and 2024 under Neil Brown, helped West Virginia rank top 10 in Power 4 teams in rushing each of those 2 seasons. So,
all right.
I'm going to look up while you're talking, I'm going to look up a couple things about
Okay, well, pull up some stuff right there. Yeah, because that's a name that I didn't have on my radar either, so go ahead and look that up. But we'll keep talking about some of the other players in this, that right now, depending on where you're ranking the players, and look, some people have Quinn Ewers dropping below Will Howard. I don't see that. I just don't see it. That personally is not one. I know Will Howard won a national championship, but at no point did I feel Will Howard has the tools. And maybe that's because of Kansas State years, and I've seen him play enough that I just don't feel that he is a guy that is going to be there. Kyle McCord is another one at Syracuse. I know there's potential there. Jalen Milroe to me and Jackson Dart also has a little bit of legs too. Because they can move and are a little more mobile, I get the concept that maybe they can move up. I think Quinn has more arm talent and more experience than either one of those quarterbacks at playing at a really, really high level. But I can understand both of those ones a little bit more than some of the other ones. I think people are just really down on Quinn Ewers because of the narratives around him. I think that there's a lot around it that because everybody thought he's supposed to be the best quarterback in football, and he's not, so he's the worst. And that's not reality. So how much plays into people's minds that he is still probably the 3rd or 4th best quarterback in this year's draft, but because he was supposed to be first, and he's clearly not, how far do you drop him just because he didn't achieve what he was supposed to make? And now you say, well, if we say you're an underachiever, even though you're still achieving at a better rate than everybody else, you still get labeled as an underachiever at a point. It's a weird world for Quinn Ewers, but that combine can change a lot of that narrative because there is not Arch Manning sitting behind him. The Texas fan base and there's not all the pieces surrounding it where I think the expectations have dropped enough now that if he goes out in the combine and he looks like the 2nd best quarterback, or first, he has a better day than Shedeur or Cam, then all of a sudden, then maybe that narrative shifts a little bit more back to what the potential of Quinn Ewers really could be. I still think he's going to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. I think he'll be a 2nd round pick because quarterbacks go up a little bit higher than maybe they're graded at. But that combine is going to be a lot of fun to watch for Quinn and where he ends up. Matt, has Matt been able to pull up some information here?
Yeah, so I got some stuff. But I totally agree with your takes on Quinn there. I think you hit the nail on the head. So this is a very interesting hire to me, just looking at some very quick stats. So first off, Chad Scott had West Virginia ranked 27th in college football in rushing. They averaged 4.76 yards per carry as a team. They had 27 rushing touchdowns, which ranked 35th in the country. So you got that good production. They had 2 guys. Jaheim White had 844 yards rushing, 7 touchdowns, 5.7 yards per carry. CJ Donaldson, 734 yards, 4.5 yards per carry, 11 touchdowns. So, they get to the second level a lot. They can break off some big runs. That's something you love to see. And Texas has some home run hitters there. Like we talked about yesterday, in terms of fumbles. West Virginia ranked 25th in the country in fumbles lost. They fumbled 19 times, only lost 5. Where it is, if you remember from yesterday, Texas fumbled 25 times and lost 12. So that's an improvement there in ball security potentially. And then he has a little bit of head coaching experience, very little head coaching experience, but he was the West Virginia interim head coach for a game last year. And then he's got some pretty impressive recruiting hauls here too. So based on what I'm looking at, he's got, let's see, at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So at least 11 4-star recruits that he's brought to his teams, running backs, wide receivers. A lot of these guys are from Florida, Texas. So the guy can recruit too. So this seems like so Chad Scott seems like a guy who can really be a good fit. And I don't have his age here. Oh, okay. He's 43 years old. So he's kind of in that age range as well that we've been talking about. So, this is this could potentially be a very interesting hire if this ends up going through. I like it. Do I like it better than the Baylor guy? I'm not sure. But this is definitely something that could be very interesting for Texas.
Yeah. I feel like it was a haul from Baylor. Made a little bit more sense. But again, you don't know how much these guys want to come in, what they're asking for, and what, how they coach too. I think there's a lot of pieces that go into this, and it may end up being that it is that it ends up being something that works out. Yeah, he falls into that range. He still seems young enough that he's not going to be, he hasn't been around for too long. He's been a coach for a while, but
Florida native too, which is
also
a very fertile recruiting ground.
Yeah, and then also stayed at West Virginia for the last 5-6 years. So having that, I mean, I feel like he may be trying to get out too, because he's been demoted a little bit as well. He was an interim head coach at your point. He was an offensive coordinator, and now he's just a running back coach there. So it feels like he took steps up and then took steps back down. So he may be looking for a new opportunity. So that may be something too, that he is putting his name out there more in that conversation, because he's looking for a new opportunity. So we'll see how that one plays out. That he is emerged as a front runner, but we have not seen yet the report that Texas is going with him. But that is a new name to put on your board, is Chad Scott. That's a good pickup there. Yeah, Florida as well. Played at North Carolina, so that East Coast, you can get a little bit more in that area. Which, I mean, CJ Baxter is Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're able to get, so you can pull some guys out of that area as well. So maybe that's where they feel they've got Atlanta now. They feel like Dallas, they've got to feel. So, keep trying to get people from all over the country and get as many bases as you can. That could be the plan as well, but a little pull up there for you. We talked a little bit about Quinn Ewers. Let's talk a little college basketball, though. We'll see if we get some more breaking news as it rolls along. Yes. So let's get a little bit of college basketball talk. Texas men's basketball, the report was that after the Kentucky game, that after the interview, after the post-game press conference, as Rodney Terry was kind of talking to reporters a little bit as everyone's turning off their record.
I think Patrick froze on us here. I'm not. Let me pull up some more stuff about Chad Scott until he gets back online here, and we can talk about Rodney Terry. So with the Florida stuff, I think that's probably a very good place to go if you're looking to get into another fertile recruiting ground, because you got the safeties coach there from Houston, you got the Dallas connections already, you got the Atlanta thing going, and Florida is known for speed and known for producing running backs. So I think that's a very big potential haul for them in terms of recruiting, because, you know, when you get into the recruiting game, there's certain areas that you need to hit. And if you're going to compete against in the SEC, that's where a lot of these things and a lot of these top prospects really fall through. They come through Florida. There's a lot of smaller schools in South Florida. There's a lot of talent in the Miami area. There's a lot of, you know, talent in the Tampa area, all those different places. And if you can bring that into your program as well, and you can bring, you know, that whole group of recruiting into your space, then I think you have a pretty good shot of developing an elite roster, especially at the running back position. And I think that Patrick is back now.
Yes,
so we can get back on the Rodney Terry train here. I've never had to do that before, so I hope I did okay.
You've never had the drop. Yeah, it's not fun when the internet drops out on you, but
sweating a little bit.
Yeah, it's sweating a little bit. I was like, all right, hopefully we're not a full outage. We were not, just internet drop for a second. We're back up there. I appreciate that. Were you picking up on Chad Scott, or are you picking up on Mexico?
Yeah, I was just talking about Chad Scott and then recruiting the Florida area a little bit here. And I think that's going to be pretty big for Texas in the long run.
There you go. Roy appreciates you. Good work there. I'll trust Roy's opinion that you did some good work there. As we come back, talking men's basketball, as we wait for more confirmations on if that is going to be the actual hire for Texas or not. But Kendall Weaver, the report is that after the game that he would hopefully be back on Saturday. That's the plan. You get a full week off. Maybe you can get him in some drills, get him playing a little bit more. That would make you assume that he has gotten cleared for full-on basketball. And it is a week of going in and trying to work on it. I know their practice facility is getting taken over a bit right now because the Spurs and Suns are using their practice facilities as well for the big Moody Center games that are playing the next couple of days. But it'll be interesting to see if Kendall Weaver comes back in and what minutes you can get from him. If he's going to be able to be a impact on the defensive end, if Tremone Mark can keep playing like that, and they can be, if you can now form a really good defensive perimeter for this Texas team, I think that solves a lot of your problems. We were asked yesterday about if this is a team that can make the turn that corner. If this is a team, and now what Rodney Terry has kind of found later in the season, and most of these seasons, the last two seasons, is he has found the second guy. And so, I think the first year he found Dessou first, and then he found Sir'Jabari Rice, and then everything clicked because you had a pecking order. And this year for the Longhorns, they have not had a pecking order. It is Trey Johnson and everyone else. And whether that's Kaluma on one night, and I think, you hope as a coach that you figure it out in the first quarter, or the first 10 minutes of the game, first 8 minutes of the game, you're able to figure out who that guy is going to be, who's feeling it right now, who's playing well, who's got the matchup. You may look ahead of time, say who's got the better matchup. Let's get the ball into Kaluma some. Let's get the ball to Mark some. Let's get the ball to Pope some. But it feels like Pope is falling out of favor more and more, not being able to guard. I think Kendall Weaver being on the court could help out Jordan Pope a little bit more, because you're now able to have in a player that is able to play a little bit more defense alongside Pope and not be such a liability. But then I think they like the way Julian Larry carries the offense with Trey Johnson and is able to activate some of those screens and trying to get Trey Johnson a little bit of a better look with the ball. So we'll see how that lineup works out. You assume he's going to come off the bench anyway, coming back from an injury. You don't just stick him right back in that starting lineup because he's not that type of player. He wasn't an elite player anyway that you have to put in the starting lineup no matter what. So it'll be interesting to see the rotation with him and Pope, how much they put him in there, maybe get Mark a little bit more rest during the game. But it still doesn't give you the help in the post as much. That's where you need Kaluma to come back in this as well. If you can get an Arthur Kaluma to come back and be able to fill that hole, I think that'll be something big for Texas to be able to get going. But this feels like a team that Kentucky game, you hope again, it has to be 2 games in a row. It has to be 2 to 3 games in a row that Tremone Mark steps into that secondary position. And so we saw it once. If he's going to be able to keep doing that, then they'll be able to turn this corner, and you'll get the natural pecking order that you want to have, which is it is Trey Johnson's team. And then you get the ball to Tremone Mark. He is your secondary guy. He's hitting your shots. And then you know what? When we got to slow the ball down, we get it down to Arthur Kaluma in the post. And then we got off the bench. Jordan Pope is going to come in, and then he's going to try and light some things up for us, hit some threes, and be a spark plug off the bench. I think that's what they want to aim for. And if they can continue to build that as they get in the tournament and get that identity of what this team does offensively a little bit better, more than it just being the Trey Johnson show, I think then that'll build up on their defensive end because they're not chasing rebounds offensively. They're not trying to, figure out how to get the ball back. I think that there's a piece where you're going to be able to get it and get Texas going the right way defensively as well, especially you add Kendall Weaver back in there. It feels like the pieces could come together. That Kendall Weaver news, I know it's, I know some people are saying, well, it's really sad that you're waiting for, Kendall Weaver to save your season. However, on the flip of that, yeah, but we need everybody. There's not an 8-man rotation. That's the 8th man. He needs to be there so that this Texas team can be complete and feel really good. Jason Kent playing better right now. I think he's found his role in this offense and this defense now. He's playing at his rebounding where he is not trying to be as much of a threat offensively. He's trying to be much more of a rebounder, especially on the offensive end. There's a lot of pieces for this team that it feels like they're starting to figure some things out. And as time goes on, they're just going to have to keep trying to figure that out.
Yeah, so I like to think that, when you get a guy like Kendall Weaver back, it sort of has a ripple effect. He's not a star. He's not going to come in and score 30 points a game, hit 45% from three or anything like that. But he's going to shore up your perimeter defense a little bit. He's going to make things a little bit easier for the other guys coming up in that rotation. So when your team gets healthier and your good players start to get more and more involved in the game, and yeah, it might take him a couple of games, but he's going to have an effect early in one way or another, whether it's defense or offensively or whatever. He's going to make some sort of impact that is going to have a ripple effect for the rest of the unit coming off the bench, for the rest of the team as a whole. It's going to make Jordan Pope's day easier. It's going to make Trey Johnson's day. It's going to make everything a little bit easier. And as you get him back, and as you get Kaluma back, and as Tremont Mark gets healthy, like you were saying, the pieces start to come together a little bit more in terms of what you envisioned going into the season. And he's only played 15 games this year.
Yeah.
So we haven't really seen Texas at their full strength for a long time. And to see that they can beat a team like Kentucky when they're not at full strength, the more guys you get back, the more confident you get going down the stretch. And I think that's going to be pretty big for them going down the line.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll be fair too. The Kentucky was not at full strength. Their 2 of their 3 best players were out as well in that game. So
yeah.
We being fair about it, it was both teams were down 2 players in the game. That's kind of where it evens back out a little bit, but they still had the presence to be physical. I think the physicality can increase now. You're at a point in the season where your back is up against the wall. That physicality has to continue to press. They've gotten Caden Shedrick a little bit better about getting into foul trouble. He hasn't had those issues the last couple of games where they started to look a little bit better. So I think there's a lot of reasons to be a little bit more hopeful as they go into the rest of the season. I believe they're at a 65% chance to make the tournament right now. We'll know more after this weekend. If they get another win, I think they probably stay about 65%. But if you lose this is a must. This is another one of those games you got to win because you're just playing the worst team left on your schedule. You can't show up light here. But that's, I think, a good place too to bring in a Kendall Weaver and get him a little bit of run. That hopefully you'll be able to maybe be up enough points that you're not that worried. Hopefully at some point in this game, get a 10, 15-point lead. I think I mean, the way they played this season, you probably blow it at some point and it gets a little bit tighter. But I think if you can get that lead and get Kendall Weaver some run, that'll be a big piece going forward. And hopefully Kaluma, that injury is not going to be lingering too much. You get the whole week off. That's going to be really big for this team. The fact that they're, maybe having to sit back and watch some practice instead of constantly being in the gym is probably a good thing as, the Suns and the Spurs take over their facilities for a little bit. I think there's a lot of positives you can take out of this week. You're just going to have to be able to figure it out as you keep rolling along. And this is a Texas team that is, I still have hope for it. I still have hope for it, but it hasn't been a ton of fun to watch. And that Kentucky game was probably one of the more fun Texas games to watch this season. And you hope that continues as we go on. I do want to talk about some positive future things as well in Texas football. We want to talk a little bit about these, some of the recruits that they have coming in, some of the young players, and just a little bit of who, maybe Chad Scott will be working with maybe who some of these coaches will be working with if they end up coming to Texas. That'll be an interesting world. So I want to get your opinion on this, Matt, too. You covered Texas for SI, and your thoughts on who you're looking forward to in this 2025 class of guys that are coming in, who you're looking forward to see play, and who do you think can make an impact possibly their freshman season, a la Colin Simmons or Ryan Wingo, that maybe gets in there and finds a place where there's a need and can fill that.
Yeah, so I've got a couple names. Obviously, Texas #1 class, huge win for Sark there. When you can, in your first year of the SEC, get to the SEC championship game and take home the #1 class, you're going in the right direction. And they're bringing in a lot of guys who I think could get some early run. If you start on the defensive side of the ball, they're losing Andrew Makuba, they're losing Jahdae Barron. Thankfully, they're getting Michael Taft back there on the back end. But you look at a guy like Jonah Williams, who is the highest rated recruit in the class per 24/7 Sports. He can play multiple positions in the secondary. He can even play a little bit of linebacker if you ask him to. He can help in special teams as well in the return game. He did that at Galveston Ball. So he's a guy that you really look at as, he's kind of the linchpin of this class. You're going to expect a lot out of him if he's ready to go, and you think that he will be. Another guy on the defensive side of the ball that I really, really like that's coming in at a huge position of need and is going to be a guy that they will probably rely on early is Justice Terry. You got to rebuild that interior of the defense. And he was, if Jonah Williams is a linchpin, Justice Terry might be your biggest win because you pulled him away from Georgia. And that's the kind of thing that does not happen very often. I think he can be a game wrecker. I think he can help against the run and in the pass rush. He's going to do a lot of things there that you really like. Those are the two highest rated guys in their class. So
I'll go in with Justice Terry. It's weird because he feels like where they don't necessarily have that interior defensive line figured out, and they didn't last year, and they were able to make it work. But they have a lot younger guys right now in that position. Justice Terry, you normally don't want to play a freshman at interior D-line. You just normally don't. It's a position that you really want to get him into a college strength and conditioning area. But he's already 6'5", 290. This guy's already a big dude, and you already see what he can do. He's already got there, so I don't know if he's going to be as much of an every down guy. I think they may go again and hit the transfer portal to get in some guys late like they did last year and bring in a couple guys to just be run stoppers and just clog up the middle. But I think could see Justice Terry come in as somebody that you feel could be to add to that pass threat when you're just on a third down, especially. And, you could put in a Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke or Trey Moore is coming back and Justice Terry and, 3 or 4 guys on that offensive line and just really give a pass rush without blitzing. I think that he could really fit into that world of helping create that pass rush. And then Jonah Williams, I'm excited to see him. I'm hoping that we don't have to see him a lot. Secondary is a really, really hard position to play as a freshman. It's just really, really hard to do because one wrong step is a touchdown. That you can get exploited so easily if you're a safety. You hope that you have Derek Williams. Hopefully, will come back next season, be healthy, and if you add him back in there with Taft coming back, Jelani McDonald, there's some players that are there to go in there, but he'll hopefully get some snaps early. You want to see him in there and get some play. Maybe early, maybe if you play some games in the SEC where you get a good enough lead, you can get him some playing time so he can see the field. But I remember I was watching 3rd and Longhorn the other day. Great shout out to Nick Shuley and those guys over there. But they were talking about thinking that you're ready to go, and then reality hits you in the face that maybe I need a little bit more time to figure out what I'm doing and make sure I fully understand. The communication hits up there. So I think he's going to be a really good player for Texas, but I don't know how much of an impact he makes early. Maybe, he is the #1 recruit, so maybe he is just an Anthony Hill guy that can step in and be that guy early, but that's a hard position to play. I'll throw in another name for you, though, Khalid Lockett. In this wide receiver room, where they haven't really gone out and picked up that wide receiver transfer yet, that you feel is going to be the guy. You return DeAndre Moore. Ryan Wingo's still there. There's still some talent at wide receiver, but there's openings, there's place. That circle of trust. There's some extra space in there, and a Khalil Lockett has a lot of potential to fall in and get some playing time early. And if he continues to play well, get some more later. I think Ryan Wingo, the strangest part about Ryan Wingo last year is he kept feeling like he was going to be more and more involved as the season went on. And then something happened before the Vanderbilt game. And I still don't know what it was because there was no cameras on it. But there was some collision that happened with Ryan Wingo before the Vanderbilt game. And he just didn't feel like the same player after. And I don't mean that it just felt like for whatever reason, he was just not as electric as a player afterwards. He was still really, really good. He's still an amazing player, but not a guy that you go, he may have to be a sophomore before he's our wide receiver one, as opposed to being a wide receiver one as a freshman. So not a big knock on it, but it was just different because he looked like he could be wide receiver one at the beginning of the season. So Khalil Lockett, it'd be fun to see him come in, and at wide receiver, that is a position you can make an impact early.
Yeah, so the offensive guys that I had, he was up there. I also am a really, really big fan of Jamie French, the way that he can, maneuver his body and make contested catches and things like that. So, both of those receivers will have every opportunity to play, I think. And just even on the Texas roster, I think they really like Parker Livingstone. So I think that he could be a guy that kind of emerges next year. But in terms of the recruits, there was one other guy that I wanted to bring up as well, and on the offensive side of the ball, on the defensive side of the ball, and that's Lance Jackson. So obviously Texas is going to have a great pass rush. They're getting Ethan Burke back. They're getting Colin Simmons back. They're getting Trey Moore back. But they did lose Justice Finkley. They are losing 88. I don't know why his name is escaping me right now. But they're losing a couple guys there as well. So if you bring in a guy like Lance Jackson, who's just an absolute athletic dream for a football coach, and you throw him in there on some third downs, or you throw him in there in some certain packages or whatever, and when you're really trying to bring the pass rush, I think he's a guy that can make a name for himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, because that is the edge room feels pretty good, which is crazy because it hasn't been for Texas. Last year was the first year you felt pretty good about your edge room. It had been lackluster, but now with Colin Simmons in there, Trey Moore did a lot of things where he wasn't the dynamic pass rusher we thought he would be, but he did a lot of things really, really well for Texas that, maybe don't stick out on the stat sheet, but you can see when you watch the game film. Ethan Burke did really well. He'll be back. Colton Vosick is another name out of Westlake that you think is going to be a great player. So he's entering a room, but this is what you love about great teams, and this has helped out Alabama and Georgia and all these teams. That competition in that room, man. I mean, and you're going against Arch too. You have to sit in there, and this guy's going to be squirrely trying to run around. You can't hit him, but there's a lot of competition for a young offensive line in that practice. There's a lot of guys that are going to be trying to fight for their playing time, and I think you could, with some of the lack in interior line depth, you could see some of these guys line up a little bit more inside and maybe put out three edges on a rush on a 4-man line. You may put three edges out there and, put your biggest guy inside and try and figure it out and just really go at him. And we know they've put out the NASCAR package where you're putting out guys and just going full force at the quarterback. You put more talent in that room. I think it'll turn out well for Texas. And then we can go into guys like Jamie French, which is going to be another wide receiver who can make an impact as well. And then, once we get down to running back as well, and James Simon, that's, we saw last year, please, all the running back help we can get. Yeah. I mean, we saw the baby Rhino. He needs to work on some of his fumbling problems, but he looks like he'll be a good enough. Trey Wisner will be there. CJ Baxter coming back. There's health there at Texas. Or there's depth at that running back position right now for Texas, but you need to have all hands on deck, and bringing in another guy like James Simon, as long as he's ready to go, that's another good piece for Texas to bring in somebody who might be able to be in the receiving game as well. You can use him out in some different places. I think his blocking is going to need to get up to par, which everyone does when going from high school to college and college to pro. Blocking you have to work on it. But we talked about that yesterday. They brought in a coach to help out with that. So I'm excited to see if he gets on the field a little bit early and helps out in a running back room where it feels like Sark's going to be running back. He's going to push the ball in the running game. He's going to do that some. give Arch Manning a little bit of a break and not let people just sit back and try and pick him off over and over again. Really try and drive that running game home to open up downfield a little bit more for Arch Manning.
Yeah. So on your James Simon pick, I love that too. There's also another running back coming in. You know, Ricky Stewart just ran roughshod over East Texas when he was at Chapel Hill there. I mean, as a junior, he ran for 2,262 yards and 18 touchdowns, averaging 9.58 yards per carry. And then last year, he ran for 2,855 yards and 40 touchdowns and had 18 receptions for 284 yards and 4 touchdowns. So that's another guy. If disaster strikes again, you're just bringing in bodies in the running back room to sort of shore that up. And then I know there's probably going to be people who are going to say, what about Michael Terry, the other 5-star in the class, the do-it-all guy? I think that he's obviously athletically talented enough. He's obviously got skills in a lot of different places, and he's going to be a player down the line. I think with a guy like that, where you don't necessarily know exactly where he's going to fit in until you get him on campus and you get him in working out and going through practice and all those things. I mean, sure, they have an idea. They wouldn't have brought him in if they didn't have an idea. But I think once you figure out what his skill set is, then you can kind of get him more involved. I think he's a guy that's probably more of a year 2 player where he starts to make an impact. So, I mean, this class, Patrick, is just absolutely loaded with talent.
And I'll tell you, Michael Terry, if he wants to get on the field in year 1, that feels like a special teams guy.
Mm-hmm. Put him in kick return.
What he can do. And it's like you can put him back at kick return, punt return. You can try and figure out where his position there. And if not, defensively on coverage, I think he's going to be a menace, being able to get down, and with his speed and burst, I think that he's somebody that could get down and do that. He's got enough size that he could probably be a good special teams guy either way. But I think if you want to see him on the field, that's your most likely place to see him. And we talked yesterday. We don't know who's going to be returning yet. And so it could be one of these running backs. It could be one of these new wide receivers. They could still go out and, the next transfer portal and bring somebody in there as well. But I think, if you say just a guy who is going to be in the running for it, at least, this is a guy who is going to be in the running, that Michael Terry, because of what his skill set is, he's an explosive player. And you like to have explosive players in that position. So how well he can read blocks, how sure-handed he is with the ball, that I think those will be questions. But if he can read blocks well enough, he'll get time in that position to see what he can do. And maybe if there is a spring game, which the more I've read about that stuff, I still think there will be a spring game for Texas. It's weird they have not announced it yet, but I still think there will be, because all Sark's parts on it seem to be that he is saying that it's not so much that he is against the spring game now, he's against the schedule. He doesn't want there to be a full spring the way it is happening now. So as long as spring is still happening, it's not OTAs or mini camps. It is something that is full spring, then you're still going to use it. So that's kind of where I think that you'd still this year, and that's a down the line thing to maybe where they get rid of it. I know Matt Rule hates it, but as far as Texas, it feels like it is. It just seemed that maybe it's because we didn't have a new president of Texas until today. Maybe that was holding it up. Who knows? But
yeah. Well, another thing that Texas could do potentially for the spring game is kind of do what Ole Miss did last year. And instead of having a full-on scrimmage, Ole Miss basically had like a Pro Bowl games kind of weird event thing that wasn't a full spring game, but it was just, little events here and things like that. And that's kind of a fun way to do it. Give the fans something to come watch, but it's also not a full-on scrimmage where you're risking injury or wearing your guys out or anything like that. So that's a potential option. I think that was pretty innovative of Lane Kiffin, and he's known for being an innovator. So maybe that's something to look at.
Yeah. No, I think that there's a lot of different pieces in that world. Why don't we take our second break and get a little bit more word of our sponsors, and then we will come back. I want to get into a little NBA discussion. I think it'll be a little fun to get into that as we get ready for welcoming the NBA to Texas, and welcome today, or not to Texas, but to Austin tomorrow. I did just see that Victor Wembanyama may not be playing in the game due to illness, which would be a disappointing thing for a lot of fans coming to the game. But we will talk about that and talk about the face of the NBA, which Victor Wembanyama is in that discussion as well. We come back here, and if anything you guys want to chime in about here in the last 20 minutes of Open Gym. Feel free to jump into Open Gym on the chat line. I see you there, Chan, on the text line 512-222-9328. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X in the chat. Jump on in if you have anything you want to hit in these last 20 minutes. We'll try to get to it. And if we get any more, we did get a little bit of Texas running back news, but if we get any more, we'll chime in with that as well. We'll be right back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
McCall Custom Homes. If you're thinking about doing a renovation of a bathroom, the kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, you want someone who's going to bring you custom renovation. And that's what Mike McCall Custom Homes is all about. Been doing it at a high level in Austin for 40 years. Father-son team with tons of experience, and they care about the details. They care about bringing you custom work because they want you to refer them to your friends. So get over to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the work. You can check out the work on social media as well at McCall Custom Homes. But you want, when it comes to your home, you want a trusted ally and someone who's going to bring value, added value to your home and a great living experience. And that's what McCall Custom Homes is all about.
BK here for Olipop. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but Olipop is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, Olipop tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up Olipop at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's Olipop, a new kind of soda.
Back at Open Gym here, Patrick Davis along with Matt Galatzin. 4 to 6 here. We appreciate everybody jumping on with us in the comments, in the chat as well, in the text line. If you guys want to join the conversation, hop on there. We'll get into what you want to get into. We've been talking a lot of Texas sports, but then the NBA will be at the Moody Center tomorrow. So I thought we'd get into a little bit. We'd maybe talk a little bit more about the second half of the NBA season tomorrow. I think there's only one game. We get the Lakers tonight, another Luka game tonight. No minutes restriction. We get him to play. I can still make you mad with that. Easy enough. You're not gonna watch
no Luka for me. I can't do it. Sorry.
I can't do it. That'll be the game tonight. The Lakers will be playing. But I do want to get into the discussion. Over All-Star Weekend, we saw the issue about there was all the issues of All-Star Weekend, but one of the things that kind of stuck out was the lack of the face of the game. The face of the game has been for a long time LeBron James. Steph Curry's climbed into that conversation, and those two guys seem like they're the face of the league. Now, the problem is LeBron James is 40 years old. He is, he could still play for another couple of years, but he probably won't. He'll probably leave soon enough. He's got to play with his son. That feels like he's doing well enough. Steph Curry's 36. We don't know how much longer he's going to go. He had chronic ankle injuries when he was younger. See if that ever catches back up to him. The injuries now, he seems like he's missing more and more time. You can even throw in a Kevin Durant. I don't think Kevin Durant has ever been the face of the league because he never wanted to be. And he falls into the discussion that became the national discourse was Anthony Edwards was asked about it because Anthony Edwards is basically your best American player left. And now someone can say Jason Tatum is the guy, but Jason Tatum is a charisma vacuum. He's just awful. He plays on a team that most people don't like, and he is one of the worst boring people. And everything he did after they won the championship was, you could see his face where he would realize what he was going to try and do and then do it. And it was just like a rip off of Kobe, or he ripped off the Kevin Garnett, anything is possible. And they were all worse versions of it. But every time he did it, you could see his face go, okay, showtime, Jason. And then he would go do it. And it was awful over and over again. But yeah, I don't think anybody who comes from Duke and then goes to the Celtics is going to be the face of the league where everybody can associate with that guy. That is not the two most popular places. But then it leaves you, well, is it going to be a foreign player? Is there another American player? Anthony Edwards was asked about it All-Star Weekend if he wanted to be the face of the league, that he is this guy that is super competitive. He's fun to watch. You think, okay, maybe this guy could take over that mantle. They asked him about it the first time. He said if he considers himself the face of the league, he says no. And they asked him why, and he says because that's what they got Wemby for, which was kind of a side remark of, I see Wemby's getting a lot more attention than me, and he's doing that. He likes doing that stuff a lot more than I do. So he was kind of a slide remark there. So afterwards, he talks to another group of guys, and they ask him about it. And they were kind of like, you got to pick up this mantle. Like, you have to, for ballers in America, you have to pick up this title. He responded, well, I'm capable of being that guy, but I don't want to be that guy. Let's put it like that. I just want to be the guy to show up and hoop and kill dudes and go home. But that was it. He doesn't want that responsibility. He's also in Minnesota, which makes it more difficult. You want to have that face, which makes more sense for a Jason Tatum. But again, he is just not. I don't think he's that guy. I think if you try and put it on him, that doesn't go over well. I don't think you want him on all the interview shows and being that guy, which is what you have to be. You are the guy. Think of what Michael Jordan was. Think of what LeBron was for so many years. And who is going to take up that mantle? But when you look at the top players in the league, who are the top players? Jokic, Giannis, Shea. And Shea's fine. He's Canadian, though. So maybe it's Shea, and that's Canadians close enough. And they'll go with him. But he's in Oklahoma City. And he's the face of the league going to be in Oklahoma City. Luka. Now he's on the Lakers, but I don't think he wants to be that guy. He doesn't seem like he wants to be that guy. And then you can go to Victor Wembanyama, who feels like he wants to be that guy, who seems to be doing all the interviews and enjoys, is very regimented and isn't out necessarily partying all the time. It feels like he could be that guy a little bit more, but he's in San Antonio and he's French. So once you start to go down that list of the best players, and then it falls down, who's the next best American player? Is it Jalen Brunson? Is it Donovan Mitchell? Are either of those guys really ready to be the face? Now Jalen Brunson, he's in New York, so at least that can work, but it doesn't feel like that story works for the face of the league. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like there's that guy that has hit that point yet. And I think, part of it is you got to win championships, which Tatum is doing, but I just don't see he's that guy. Is it okay for the NBA to either just not take a new face and just say, screw it, we're just going to hope that it works out when we move to NBA to NBC, and we won't have one face of it, we'll just try and get as many guys out there as we possibly can? Or is it they got to go and maybe they have to go foreign?
So given the way that the NBA has gone over the last few years, where the influx of foreign players and probably the top 5 players in the league are all foreign guys. Maybe you throw LeBron in there in the top 5 at 40 years old, but the majority of the top players in the NBA it's in the top heavy part are foreign guys. So that's got to be a place that you look. And Wemby is one of the best players in the NBA right now. And he's still so young, and he can still get so much better, and he can do so many things in San Antonio. We know how well run of a franchise that is. So he has a really good shot. Personally, and this isn't like a America kind of thing or anything like that, but I think in an American league that all of your teams are in America and all those things, you have to have a guy who is an American player as the face of the league. Yeah. And whether Anthony Edwards likes it or not, or Minnesota is the market for it or not, I think that he just kind of has a responsibility as the best American player in the NBA. I would take him over Jason Tatum just because I love his killer instinct and the way
he's so much more fun to watch.
Carries himself. Yeah.
He's clutch. He's got all those things.
there's like all these conspiracy theories out there how he's like Michael Jordan's secret kid or something like that. Like you can see that.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, but they had those about Jimmy Butler too. So
yeah, but you can see that in Anthony Edwards, the way that he just wants to go out there and dominate people and scare people. And I think that he has a responsibility to the NBA as the best American player, in my opinion, in the league, that he has to assume that mantle, whether he likes it or not. And he's got the talent to do it. I think he's just going to keep getting better. He's one of the most fun players to watch in the NBA. He's definitely the most fun American player to watch in the NBA.
Yeah.
And he would be my pick. If I'm Adam Silver, I hear these comments over All-Star Weekend, and I go to him and I say, Anthony, please, you have to do this for us. You are the guy. You are so marketable. You are so fun to watch. Maybe he doesn't spend his entire career in Minnesota and he ends up, going somewhere like LA or New York or Boston or whatever, Miami, and he can do that. It's just kind of a shame in general, though, that, and I think we kind of took it for granted for a long time, of how many star caliber American players that there were in the league when you had, LeBron and Durant and Steph and, James Harden to a degree, and
Russell
all
Westbrook
these,
was that guy. Yeah.
Russell Westbrook, all these different guys. And it's just kind of a shame that it's kind of, we're getting away from that. I don't think we're going to really know what we had until it's gone. Dwayne Wade's another one, even though I hate his guts from back in the in the finals and the Mavs in those days.
Yeah.
But, it's going to be really disappointing when we look up one of these days and we say, okay, the top 7 or 8 players in the NBA, there's one American guy there, and the rest are guys that, as fun as they are to watch, they're not homegrown. So it's just a little bit it's just going to be kind of a sad passing of the torch when you realize that in a sense, it is also good for the NBA because it just makes the game more global, and that's what they want.
And I think there's some young guys now that if you do, we talked about in the NFL, it's kind of kicking the can down the road and if you find the right guy. There's a couple of guys that I think Paolo Banchero is a really, really good player, and he's just on an Orlando team that's kind of middle-ish right now, that feels like they're not quite there. They're really young, that if he ends up either leaving Orlando or somehow Orlando turns into something bigger, then Paolo Banchero could fall more into that realm. And then the other one is, if you want to go into conspiracy theory world, you want to start questioning things, it'll be interesting to see where Cooper Flagg ends up. Because Cooper Flagg is supposed to be the next guy who everybody, he's the guy. And is that somebody that they feel we can put into, and he is somebody that we can put on everybody's TV, and everybody in America will be comfortable with Cooper Flagg coming in, and he can give us that face of the NBA that is everything that we want it to be and more. I still not a huge fan of the face of the NBA coming from a major college like that, or like a major, so especially someone that's a villain a lot in Duke, because it kind of hurts the story a little bit. Like, I don't know why, but it always feels like it hurts the story that someone's from Duke. And that's Paolo Banchero's as well. But no one else is producing that talent over and over again that is coming in the league. Like, I think they wanted Ja Morant to be at a point, but he kind of screwed himself out of that, and he doesn't really want it. And he also hasn't been the same player where he's still really good, but he's not. He doesn't feel like he's in an MVP conversation anymore. And Anthony Edwards might find himself back in that MVP conversation. And that's really where you sit, where you go, yeah, you look back in that banana boat picture. We're a long way from that banana boat where it's a bunch of MVP candidates from different teams on a banana boat. And you can all feel that this team that you have the future of the NBA and it's ready to go. That feels like it's gone now. I don't know what the answer. I think you're going to have to go international at least for a while because there isn't that guy. And, with Luka going to the Lakers now, it feels even more so of let's make this about it's a global game and really sell that for like 3 to 4 years. And hopefully in that 3 to 4 years, we will be able to figure it out and have the next guy ready to go. And they'll be on the right team and we'll be able to push. But I just don't, there isn't, Anthony Davis was going to be that guy at a point, and even in Dallas, he maybe could have been, but he's 31 now, and it feels like that's a little late to put that title on him. There's just no one winning titles in the dynasties. That's kind of the first step. And so as much as everybody wants to crown Anthony Edwards, he's got to win something. The face of your league can't not have a ring. And Steph Curry didn't get in that conversation until the Warriors were, winning titles. LeBron wasn't in that conversation until he's winning titles. And, you're not the face of the league until you start winning those titles. Kobe was that guy because Kobe won rings. Tim Duncan, even though he didn't want to be the face of the league, was a big piece. Was it someone that everybody knew because he won rings? He was getting commercials as the most boring guy in the league because he was winning rings. So I think that's kind of where you sit right now too. And you say, well, the Celtics look like they're going to win the next 5 right now because they're just so over the top loaded. And I know the salary cap will eventually get to them and it'll blow up eventually. But right now they're just really, really good and really stacked. And it's going to be hard for someone to unthrone them. And if you do, you can build up that. But I don't know what that team is right now. And is it Denver again and Jokic? He's not an American guy. Is it Shea? But that's Oklahoma City. You're really making the face of your team Oklahoma City?
I'm not making the free throw merchant my face of the league either. So
yeah, so it's an interesting world where the NBA is in because they're profiting more than they ever have. They're being so successful. It has become a global game. There's all these positive things happening. They're probably going to expand to Seattle and Vegas here in the next couple of years. All things are pointing up, but then they're still relying on that All-Star weekend. You heard more from Chuck, Shaq, and Kenny than you did from some of the young players they should be highlighting. And they're just doing a really bad job of lifting that. When I say Paolo Banchero, Paolo Banchero is really, really good. And I would say most people who are casual fans have never watched him play basketball because he's on Orlando. And, he's not getting national TV time. So unless you're watching League Pass like I am, you're not watching a lot of Paolo Banchero. So guys like that, you need to build up some of these guys that are 22, 23 and make them more household names. So when they do start winning and they're in the playoffs, now everybody knows who they are. And now they're coming out and go, oh yeah, that Paolo kid, he's really, really good. But it feels like college basketball is handing them these guys saying, this is the star of our basketball. And then they go, okay, we're going to kill them immediately. We're going to say they're worthless in the NBA and we'll let them down. I mean, you can't do that with a Zach Edey as much as you love to have a 7'4" guy, but again, Zach Edey's Canadian as well. But I just don't know if the NBA has that answer. But they need to really. It is a piece for the NBA that you really need to start selling some of these guys that maybe aren't on big teams now, but get them press time, get them on TV, make sure put them in your commercials, feature them so that people know their names and their faces. So when they do start winning, because Orlando's going to be in the playoffs. And when Orlando's in the playoffs, can you push it there? But I don't know. I'm a little bit curious of the conspiracy theory that a Cooper Flag could end up. And I mean, there's just not really a big market team that's bad right now. It feels like they're all at least in the hunt. So I don't know what team, unless it's like Philly, and you kind of stick Cooper Flag on Philly and somehow hope that works out. I don't want that because I don't like Daryl Morey. I think he's a bad general manager. And he gets all this credit. You're like, he just played NBA 2K and looked at the ratings. Like, give me the best ones who shoot, all the guys with good 3-point shooting, get them. And he went to analytics and he never got the right coaches in there and the right players. Never worked out for him. I know there was one season it may have, but it did not. It did not work out for him.
Yeah, and I think that the NBA is probably a little bit disappointed in a sense too, because there was a couple of guys that they really wanted to be that guy, and they didn't end up panning out. Ben Simmons being one of them. The hope was that, and Colin Cowherd is famous for one of the worst takes of all time.
Oh yeah, but Ben Simmons is Australian, still not an American.
Yes, but he was like, LeBron, you can go. We have Ben Simmons. That wasn't the case.
Good. Zion was definitely.
That was my other one. Yeah, that was my other one. Zion. I think that they were putting all of their chips on Zion being that guy. And he just, ate his way to not being healthy and, started sliding into.
Hey, Zion, there's still hope that Zion ends up eating himself onto another team. And then it turns around. I remember when Boris Diaw came to the Spurs, and he was so big when he was coming to the Spurs, and he had basically eaten himself out of, playing well. I think he was on Charlotte at the time, and he was a cut, and they picked him up, and I was so excited. I was like, you know how good this guy is and how hard he's going to try now that he's on a real team? And then all of a sudden, he became this big piece of their championship team in 2014. So I think that it's, there is a hope that Zion maybe could still pull back a piece of it because the dunks and everything else, but he's got to end up on another team. Why don't we get to wrapping up the show? It's 6:00. We got to get out of here. Appreciate Matt hanging out again today. Been another fun show, getting through it, talking some Texas football for most of the show. Tomorrow, we will get into a little bit more of the second half of the NBA. We'll talk a lot more Texas football, and I'm hoping we will get final word on who the Texas running backs coach is going to be. We'll get into that as well. Who knows what else we'll get into tomorrow. We hope you join us, and we hope you join the conversation with us as well, always here on Open Gym. But until then, a reminder to be safe, be kind, and keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here again tomorrow for more of Open